All right, here we go. And we're live. Welcome, everybody, to the Zennie62 official 2022 NFL live draft stream. It's me, Anthony Carrillo, here with my good friend, Vinny. Can't say your last name, so here you go.
Las Benuso.
There you go, Las Benuso. Both of us here sitting in New York, if I believe.
Yeah,
we're sitting in New York, and Zenny's out there in
Vegas.
He's Vegas holding it down right now. And we're here. We're waiting. Send out the link to a few other people. Hopefully they join. Anybody else who's here, more than welcome. Post in the comments whatever you want to do. We'll be happy to answer you. But yeah, Vinny, we were talking off air and everything. And I saw you posted that video about your draft expectations. What do you think?
I think this is going to be a draft where there's no clear-cut number one pick, and some say that makes the draft less interesting and feels like there's left talent. But as someone who is a viewer, this personally makes it way more interesting, considering because from the number one pick, no one knows what's going to happen. That just is going to leak so much intrigue. Now, many people wonder who it's going to be. It's going to be Trayvon Walker. It's going to be, Kayvon Thibodeau. It's going to be Aiden Hutchinson. The fact of the matter is, we don't know. They could honestly surprise and throw a curveball here. But that's what makes the draft really interesting, because you don't know what you're going to get, and it's a complete crapshoot. And everyone says about right mock drafts and everything. In reality, it's like the lottery, and it's like March Madness brackets. I mean, none of them are right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, none of them are right. They're all wrong in one way, shape, or form. Everyone wants to be a little scout and everything, but in reality, that just isn't realistic.
No, not at all. You know what? Everybody wants to be right on all the picks, and then everybody's hoping that in the later rounds they get that St. Peter's prep style player that's going to just come out of nowhere and be great for them. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. There's no clear cut. You can make a case for legitimately 4 people going number 1 overall, and even the first 3 picks. Are we going to see an unprecedented beginning of this draft run on defensive ends? Are we going to see Sauce Gardner go? Does Malik Willis go at 2? Do the Lions make a bonehead move and go receiver at 2 like they have in years past? It's really
listen. Matt Millen's not running the draft, so I think we should be okay.
He's not in his overalls. He's not.
I mean, Matt Millen is honestly, I think he's suffering for potentially terminal disease, if I'm not mistaken. So my thoughts.
I feel bad.
I think so, which sounds kind of wrong. We're saying it, but yeah. When looking at the Jaguars, they were awful last year. They still managed to upset the Colts in the end, which they seem to do the last several years. But back-to-back years, number 1 overall pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars, a team that has been the very definition of futility and just being bad. And as someone like me who is very, very impressed with how much they've grown their brand in the international side with their games in the UK, outside of that, there's nothing positive you can say about the team. I mean, they've gone from numerous head coaches over the years. They're, Tom Coughlin was part of the front office. There was violations, and of course, who could forget last year with Urban Meyer as a head coach? I mean, he was such a disaster. They fired him after only 13 games.
Yeah, it's really bad. You're hit the nail right on the head. Jacksonville needs something to turn this around, and Trevor Lawrence, for being a rookie, he did the best with the bad situation. He was missing his first round pick, his Clemson alum, Travis Etienne. Now they just spent a boatload of money, re-signed Cam Robinson, and they also signed Christian Kirk to, what was it, a 4-year, $72 million deal?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, so now you're going to see, let's hope that they can turn this around, but it all starts tonight, and now it's forever Aiden Hutchinson, Kayvon Thibodeau, and Trayvon Walker are going to be linked together. Their careers will forever be linked together about who should have gone ahead of who. It's going to be like that for a while.
It's going to be the same thing in 2014, what was it, when, the clear consensus, and just because, remember guys, just because someone's a clear consensus, it doesn't mean they're going to end up being the by far best one years later. But, what are you watching right now? Are you watching ESPN or NFL Network?
Right now I am on NFL Network.
Same here.
Yeah.
We have Darren Waller, Derek Carr, and looks like Roger Goodell right here.
Yeah, I'm watching this. I see some Jet fans. I see a Steve Atwater Broncos jersey. That's fantastic.
There.
I'm excited. You know what? I'm just excited about it. This is the first year in a long time that the beginning of the draft isn't going to be boring. Last year, you knew Trevor Lawrence was going 1. You were kind of like, okay, I could settle.
Zach Wilson, number 2.
Yeah. So this year, it's kind of like, okay, I'm more excited than I've been in a while to be like, all right, let's see what happens. And I've been on the phone all day with people talking about this. Me and my cousin, because we do this draft like pool thing every year, and we're on the phone talking to each other, spending all day. What about this? What about that? And honestly, we never really got to a set plan because this year I don't think you can have one. It's just see what happens and going from there. It's crazy.
He's Marcus Allen right here, legendary Raiders running back when they're in Los Angeles, actually.
Yeah, back when they were the LA Raiders. That's the best part.
Yeah, like people. I remember he even said, like, like they sometimes think he played in Oakland. He never did.
Yeah, no, he never. He went straight to LA, and that was it. I'm just setting up. My apologies. I'm just setting out. I'm trying to get everyone's email to send out the link to everybody because me and Vinny, we're young, cool, good-looking men, but when it comes to a lot of this stuff, I'm not really. I can name all of the Paw Patrol characters because I have 3 kids, but doing this, I am shocked that this came.
Let me guess. They were trying to drag your leg last year, trying to go to the Paw Patrol movie. Now, weren't they?
Oh, 1,000%. It's crazy. They're into. We have wild debates about My Little Pony, which is fantastic.
Just don't tell them about the internet.
Oh no, they
not
know.
Tell them about that.
I have kids. They're 8, 5, and 4. They know what I tell them. And right before I talk to them all, right before they went to bed, and they're just excited about this draft as much as I am because they go off my energy. So it's crazy. Like I'm going crazy, so they're going crazy, and that's it. Like no, they don't know. They don't need to know about any of this stuff yet. That's it. But yeah, no. Marcus Allen looks like he never ages, which is just wild.
Yeah, like also Ice Cube, he's been looking good over the years too. Like
yeah, he has. It's crazy
with him screaming. It sounds like the mic is like pixely. It's almost static with how loud he's screaming. Over the years too. Like
yeah, he has. It's crazy
with him screaming. It sounds like the mic. You're listening to our voices.
No, I accidentally clicked the YouTube on accident. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to figure this out.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. Listen. It's just training wheels.
Yeah, this is
training wheels. Just training wheels.
You can tell I have 3 kids. Look, they took all my hair. Actually, wait, I forgot to put this on.
Don't tell me it's a wig now, isn't it?
It is a wig, but for my birthday, I told my daughter what I want for my birthday is a full head of hair. So my roommate, best friend guy, Joe, I'm doing it. I'm going to embarrass everybody on this live. I got a party mullet.
Wow, that's the most hair you've had in years.
I was going to say, I'm an Oklahoma State fan, so the Mike Gundy mullet hair, I'm just rocking it. This is happening.
It just go. I mean, I've had the same hairdo my whole life. And, it's might have decreased over the years. Sometimes it gets larger than others. But, I just make up for it. I've had the same hair, so I can show you, old preschool photos. I have the same exact hairdo.
I don't. They stole it all from me. So
it's what my mom said after she had me. She said, Vincent, you took all my curls.
That's it. You took it all. I can't. This is crazy. Are we ready? I think we are ready to go.
Here's the Jaguar number 1. I think it's got to be Aiden Hutchinson.
So do I. Hold on. I can't take myself seriously. Take off the mullet.
Or hat or whatever.
No, I'm just gonna go bald. It's great. I think it has to be Aiden Hutchinson too. You know what? He's the most right, unless the Jaguars want to get real risky. You're in Vegas. You got to play the odds because Trayvon Walker does have a psychotic upside if he puts it all together. But I think if you're drafting first overall, you have to take the surefire thing. You can't go off script here and just
I mean, while it is in theory something of the number 1 pick. At this point, you're the Jaguars, okay? You've lost over 10 games in your last 11 years. You've at 10 out of those 11 years, you've lost 10 or more games. You've been absolutely horrible. And as nice it would be to throw a little risky pick here and there, at the same time, you got to play it safe a little here at this point. You kind of have to. You have the number one pick. Someone like Aiden Hutchinson. Yeah, you say Thibodeau's might be good, or a few other guys. But at the same time, when you're the Jaguars, you want a very low risk, high reward guy at the number one pick. And if you're the Jaguars, you just got to make an easy pick here. It's simple.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You have to just go. You have to take that pick and just call it a day.
I'm surprised how many Jaguars fans are actually here because, the joke with the Jaguars that they're the least popular NFL team, but they're driving a little well around here. Now, granted, could it be the number? I have no idea.
I don't know. It's crazy. And you know what? They have a very big following overseas in England and all that stuff. They always.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. The UK. I think the Jaguars. I mean, I know a lot of fans aren't super crazy about the international games. I'm personally a huge fan of it. I mean, I even cover the LFA, the Mexican Football League, over in American Football International. I'm a huge fan of international football, and I think the Jaguars have done an amazing job. That's easily Shad Khan's best move as owner of the Jaguars by far. Everything else, And the thing too is I think he's a good dude and all, but he has not done a good job at owning the Jaguars. The team has been bottom of the barrel. All you've had is that one miracle season where you won the division and you were in points of going to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Other than that 1 year, the Jacksonville year, just complete dog pile, complete trash.
Absolutely great. They've been absolute trash. You caught lightning in a bottle that year, and then look what happened. That team utterly disintegrated within a year, and everybody's gone now, and now you're back to just square one of there's no player retention with the Jaguars, and it's crazy. And you were bringing up international football and things like that. I coached a semi-pro team in New Jersey, the New Jersey Stags. My running back, his name's Cody Lamore. I think he's the 2-time MVP for this Brazilian football league. He plays down there, and it's really football's expanding. And Shad Khan, I think he owns a premier team or a soccer team, one of those.
Yeah, he owns a soccer team over there.
Yeah,
I think Shad Khan owns Fulham FC. Yeah, that's what he owns. Yeah. And he also owns AEW, and his son Tony runs that. AEW's been a big success. That's, in my opinion, that's been the most successful of the three ventures because my dad loves AEW. They fight most of the time in Jacksonville. It's really fun, and they're proven to be a real competitor. Obviously not WWE level, but still a very valid competitor to the WWE.
Yeah, and look what happened. Look at the guys like Cody Rhodes in the American Dream. He left WWE, went to AEW because WWE thought he was all done and washed up. Went to AEW, was fantastic there, had a great run. Now he's back there. He wrestled in WrestleMania and all that stuff. It's crazy.
Speaking of international, did you hear the rumors of that the Saints are going to be hosting the Vikings in London?
I thought it was Germany.
Oh no, no. The way it's going to be is the London game is going to be they're doing whoever has the extra home game once every 8 years. Every team's going to host at least one international game. So the Saints, Packers, Buccaneers, and up one, and the first two are playing in London, all with the Jaguars, Mexico Cardinals, and and Germany has the Buccaneers, and also the picks in for the Jaguars while we were speaking. But,
I think yeah, we got a time lapse because it still says 5 minutes on mine. Let's see, maybe it's just because I'm using Hulu TV. Hulu TV sponsor us, give us free stuff.
As live sports. Thanks, Baker Mayfield. Didn't know that. Let's see if you get traded or cut today. Let's see what happens. I have no idea.
I'm waiting. I really think they're really oh boy. Yeah, now the pick just came in now, so let's see. Maybe it's whatever. We'll see it all in real time and we'll go from there.
Gotta say, I really love the graphics they've had this year in Las Vegas. Really making it looks like King, a Jack, Queen, an Ace. Yep.
I'm gonna write it all down. I have my trusty notebook here from last year, filled with notes out the wazoo from last year. So I just keep this notebook every year.
Okay.
Yeah, just to make sure I remember. Make
sure you don't lose that thing.
No, it's honestly it's like the Water Boys notebook. Look, it's the only difference is that it's not green. It's orange. So it looks like the Waterboy's one subject notebook.
I wonder if Adam Sandler would be proud of you.
I mean, I look like him, so who knows?
I don't know. If you looked like him, you'd have a little more hair though.
I was gonna say I've lost too much of it. Everybody's telling me I should shave from here up and just go bald all around.
Do what you want and do what you want. Don't let other people tell you how to have your hair. I mean, some people told me to change. Liked it ever since I was little, and I ain't changing it now.
Yeah, no, you can't. You have fun with what you got to do. That's the whole point. That's our after school special of this. Be yourself. That's it.
Yeah, same with the beard. Like after high school, where I wasn't allowed to have a beard, but after I just grew it out and I just did the full beard. I was thinking I was thinking the Bellagio, but here it comes. Whoa.
There it is.
Whoa.
There it is. Here we go.
Trayvon Walker.
Trayvon Walker. I'm telling you, the Jaguars.
Trayvon Walker, the number 1 overall pick. Not Kayvon Thibodeau, not Aiden Hutchinson. Out of nowhere, the high riser, Trayvon Walker, the Georgia Bulldog national champion, the number 1 overall pick in the 2022 NFL draft. Wow.
I was gonna say
that's a big pick so far. I'm gonna do a vlog on this.
Yeah. No, go ahead. I'll start. Yeah. I'll just talk about it. This is something that this man shot up the draft boards. He's done everything crazy. Trayvon Walker, Georgia guy, like Vinny said, he's a national champion. He has shot up the draft boards. He's done great in terms of his combine numbers. He has a huge amount of upside, but he is still very raw. So my thought is that if somebody in Jacksonville can harness that talent, him coupled with Josh Allen, the other Josh Allen from Kentucky, those two guys going after the passer for a long time is going to be crazy. But in sheer Jacksonville fashion, you had a NFL-ready defensive end in Aiden Hutchinson, but you went after the sexy, risky pick and went after Trayvon Walker. So we're going to see how this plays out. We're going to see what happens. But I think at the end of the day, Trayvon Walker has more potential than an Aiden Hutchinson, but he's still very raw, and he needs to get this. He needs to get this all in. Here we go. Chaos has ensued, folks. This is a lot.
I'm gonna get my vlog on it.
Good.
It's 2 weeks before the draft, Trayvon Walker suffered a serious scare. Sources tell me and Tom Pelissero, and he was in a car accident running into 2 parked cars in Athens, somehow emerged unscathed. No injuries, no citations, but a scare for sure.
Wow. So we've got Trayvon Walker. Well, at least he could afford to buy himself a new car based on being the first overall pick in this draft. Do you think this is Aiden Hutchinson coming up there?
Aiden Hutchinson ran fast at the combine. I think even fast. That car was in a second. It feels like it to be the hometown guy, Aiden Hutchinson.
Rich, that's the post-it that Sonny Weaver Jr. had that you were drafted at. Aiden Hutchinson.
Well, we'll find out. The Michigan Wolverines from.
Hey guys, very, very quick. Trayvon Walker, became the number 1 overall pick selected by the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's a big surprise, a very bit of a risky pick, especially considering his car accident last week. But I wish him the best of luck, and I'm very happy he's now a Jacksonville Jaguar, and very nice surprise. But let's see the way the rest of the draft holds. The Detroit Lions are on the clock, and we'll see who's taking next. See you in a few minutes.
All right. So does
Aiden Hutchinson's here?
I was going to say, does Aiden Hutchinson stay in Michigan?
The answer is yes. He stays in Michigan.
Did they announce it?
Guy, grew up a Lions fan, went to Michigan, and now he plays for the hometown team. Aiden Hutchinson is a Detroit Lion.
Yep. There
He's
you
also
go.
the first guy here in the room that's come out.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Like
we're
their
behind.
defense played tough, but they were just not good last year.
Yeah, no. I mean, they played for their coach.
They played hard. They played hard, and I got to give the Lions credit. Even though they had a worse record than the Jaguars, they didn't seem like a team that deserved to have the number one pick. Like the Jaguars sometimes looked like they were done most of the time. With how bad the Jaguars, ended up, like they deserve that more. I'm happy, and they got who many consider as the best player in this draft. So that's pretty awesome.
You know what? You're not wrong. Yeah, he's a polished professional pass rusher. Say that 3 times fast. I'm looking at this.
Miles professional edge rusher.
I'm looking at the mock draft that I did. Like I said, with my cousin, we do it every year. I had this as it is right now. I had Trayvon Walker going 1. I had Aiden Hutchinson going 2. Now I got Ike Ekwonu going 3. So let's see, because Houston needs everything. Everything.
They also need an owner. They need they also need fans that care. They need a lot of things. Some things might be easier to achieve than others, and a great way to do that is by choosing the right players.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think you're 100% right. I think that's the best way to start this is do something right. Your team has been an absolute dumpster fire. Maybe you change them back to the Oilers and you go back to that team because
you got to ask the Titans about that, though.
I know that's the only problem. That's the worst.
I would have no issue personally if they decide to change the color scheme. You have the Texans have a bull as their logo. Why not decide to change up the helmet and just have the horns, almost like the Vikings or the Eagles? Like that'd be pretty cool. But I mean, you're calling yourselves the Texans.
I don't. They're the only one in the league that hasn't done any uniform changes. And I'm excited because all the reports that came out that they're going to go back and do some of these throwbacks. The Creamsicles, the Kelly Greens from Philadelphia are coming. They're going to do a collab, like you said, with the Titans and the Oilers for their throwback. I hate to say because I'm a Jet fan, but Patriot Pat's coming back on those red uniforms.
I want to see some old stuff, even older stuff. Like people always say, the 70s and 80s. I want to see for some teams, I would love to see if the Giants went back to their Reds in the 30s, or if you had another one I think of the Packers. They have many throwbacks. Another one the Bears. I like their orange throwbacks at that era. The Lions had red and some of them had purple back in the day.
Yeah,
the Lions. Back when they were in Portsmouth, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Pick is in for the Houston Texans. Dad, Trayvon Walker and Aiden Hutchinson taken. They're going to take a lineman. They could take a lineman. The Texans can go many places too. They take a corner here. They can take a lineman here. They can go 3 straight defensive linemen for all we know. It really can go anywhere. The Texans, the Texans, like you said, they have issues all over the place, and as a result, it would not shock me if they go in any direction.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Yep. And then now once this pick gets submitted, you're going to watch my face slowly get down because that means the Jets, my New York Jets, obviously. I'm wearing my Joe Namath like always. My New York Jets are on the clock, so gulp. This is going to be wild. I'm excited to see who they pick.
Man, I was thinking that they'd be on the Bellagio. That hasn't happened. Because there was reports in 2020 that they wanted boats to take them there.
Yeah.
Turns out that's not the case. It's off the coast of Vegas. Well, it's kind of where they have it like that. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow they'll have something like that.
I was gonna say there will be no small semblance of not partying today. You're in Vegas. Like,
I mean, to be fair, you're also having a draft at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is 5 p.m. Pacific.
yeah, right.
So here's Goodell coming in. The Texans select. Oh, this can go any direction. Let's see where they go.
Yeah, I don't see. You're behind me. I picked Ike Ekwonu.
Corner, Stanley.
Oh, wow. Wow. Wow.
Derek Stingley. Wow.
Pick
Well,
Derek Stingley. I mean, he's good. The question is he committed? I compared Derek Stingley to Ben Simmons for the fact of that, is he committed to doing this? If he is, fantastic athlete, but how he got picked over Sauce Gardner, I don't know.
I have no idea, but I will say this. It takes a certain level to be the level of how Ben Simmons has been. I mean, I do want to ask this one question. Why was he dressed like a hipster Willy Wonka in Game 3? Like,
I'm looking at you, agreeing with you.
The dude looked like, if he looked like, a candy. It looks like he looked like a frilly cocaine dealer in like Greenwich Village in the 60s.
Oh my God, yeah. He looked like somebody that peddled illegal substances for what, hamburger money, because and then he just sits there with that face, and he sits, and then, I woke up and my back hurt. Listen, I wake up, I'm 33 as of yesterday, and I wake up and my ankles hurt. Like, shut up. You could, everybody hurt.
The Ben Simmons saga is something that is once in a generation. So
Yeah.
we should really appreciate Walt's at, because man, it's so perplexing.
It really is. It's just one of these things. You're getting paid this boatload of money at, the Nets want you. You have a great chance to make a deep run in the playoffs with the team that you have. You just have to show up.
It's a shame.
Mother.
I think there is something deeper with Ben Simmons, but at the same time, he's not making any issues better for himself. His team needs you. The Nets need you. They're down 3-0. There's so much potential, and yeah.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Sorry.
Zenny's coming on.
Zenny's coming on. It's
Hey, Zenny.
is. We did it. Oh,
And he left immediately.
Wait. Zenny. Oh, is he leaving?
Hey, Zenny. Can you see us?
I don't know if you can see us. Am I laggy talking to you, Vinny? Can you hear me?
Oh, no, you're fine with me. It's just that it's laggy for Zenny. It looks
yeah, Zenny's deep at on site for this right now. So, bad dog. Oh, who knows? I don't know. Here we go.
Well, man, the Jets, this is another very interesting one.
And every year the Jets take all the time, and we're just stuck. It's got to be Sauce Gardner. Me, Jet fan high, I have the Jets jersey on.
Imagine if I would go with Gardner as well, because they need a corner. Though also knowing the Jets, it wouldn't shock me if they decided to go completely out of left field and take I don't know, Ekwonu or something like that.
If they take Drake London, I'm going to put a gun in my mouth. That is the truth.
Drake London, in my opinion, should be nowhere near the top 10.
No, zero. I'm telling you.
My dog's barking
it's fine. That's all right. Zenny's trying to join again. Here we go. Zenny, you there, bud? You're real laggy as we're going here. Yeah, Zenny, you're just frozen a lot. There is our fearless leader sitting in the middle right here, this is Zennie Abraham, creator, CEO, head man of Zennie62Media and Oakland News Now. Obviously, none of this would be possible without him giving us opportunities to do all of this.
Definitely.
So yeah, so whenever his stops freezing, I'm going to assume he wants to say something, but it keeps freezing on him. But yeah, no, Drake London is not. He's a fantastic athlete, but
if you're the Jets here, like getting a wide receiver, that's way too luxury for you. You need help either on the line or the corners, not the receiving end. Like
I was going to say, Evan Neal, I've been screaming it. Evan Neal. Like, Evan Neal's played every position on the offensive line. He needs, like, if we don't take Evan Neal and we take Saw, oh, my God, the picks in. Oh, my stomach hurts already. Oh, God.
Hey, Zennie, your final. Oh,
Hey, how are you?
Hey,
Zennie, how you doing?
It's an ordeal getting here.
I was gonna say you're a little bit laggy and stuff, but we can see you.
There's the average Jets fan on TV right now.
I was gonna say you guys talk because I'm just gonna focus in and not.
The Wi-Fi in here is spotty.
Yeah.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah. Yeah, the Wi-Fi in here is spotty. It's like,
Do you think it's because of a lot of people? It makes it spotty.
The only reason I turned myself off is because if the Jets make the wrong pick, I'm just gonna scream my guts out for a while. So I want to stay professional. So I'm just gonna mute myself for a few minutes.
As long as I don't take Drake London, I think you'll be okay.
Oh God, I hope we don't. Please don't.
They need to take Ahmad Gardner. Look, here it is. Jets pick is in. Jets pick is in. Let's see.
Don't ruin my life. I'll do it.
yeah.
Ahmad Gardner, there it is.
Oh, there it is. All right, great.
Ahmad Sauce Gardner. They even said Sauce Gardner.
Hey, everybody.
There
This
it
is an
is.
interesting draft.
There's the green room.
Got maybe the second pick, remain the first. Sauce Gardner, fourth selection. And do you realize we have not an offense?
And he lost us again, Zennie.
What a cliffhanger he just gave us.
Just complete anticipation.
We took the person we were supposed to. Oh my God. Thank God. This is, I'm listening to Rich Eisen speak, but this is 6'3", lengthy, ready to play football, great for Robert Saleh's defense. This is somebody the Jets needed, and then we got him. And there you go.
So far, okay, going through the draft, we had the Jaguars taking defensive lineman Trayvon Walker out of Georgia. Then for number 2, we have the Detroit Lions taking the edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson out of Michigan. For number 3, we've had the Houston Texans taking the corner Derek Sinley Jr. out of LSU. And for number 4, we get the corner of Ahmad Gardner coming out of Cincinnati.
Yep. There you go.
Giants, I think, are definitely, in my opinion, I think they're without a doubt they're going to definitely take Evan Neal here, and if not Neal, they'd probably get someone like. They don't take Neal. They could take Charles Cross, but I can't see it. Maybe Akeem Ikwanu, but I think they're going to take I think they're going to take Cross.
I was going to say this is where the Giants and Brian Daboll and their new head coach are sprinting to take Evan Neal.
Zennie's out now.
Oh, he is. Disconnect. No, he's back.
He's back.
That work? It's working.
Zennie, what were you trying to say before?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, bud. We're here. Me and Vinny are holding it down, doing the draft and stuff. How are you?
They're going nuts over there. Hey, Anthony, what do you think?
You could tell they're really going nuts. They're really liking what they're seeing.
You know what? What I think is that the Jets, I was just talking about this a second ago. It's the perfect corner for our defense. It's a great stepping stone moving forward and getting younger. And Gardner has proven time in and time out, even against talent like Alabama, he steps up to the challenge. This is somebody that's going to work real well in our defense. Now we just need to keep building around it. Having Bryce Hall from Virginia last year, coupled with Sauce Gardner, those are two tall, lengthy corners. They're both over 6 feet tall. They're ready to play football. I think this is a great move by the Jets.
Yeah. Now we have 1/8 of the draft of the first round already completed. So far, I like all the picks. The only one I'm a little unsure of is the selection of Trayvon Walker, but at the same time, I can understand the philosophy, especially if you're someone like the Jaguars.
Yes. You're not wrong.
I just drafted cornerbacks. Common drafted, let's see, Derek Tinley Jr., Jeff Okudah, Sean Springs, Bruce Pickens, Ahmad Gardner.
You know what? Sauce Gardner is not.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's going on?
I was going to say, I think it's working out.
What a weird draft.
This is crazy.
It's a very weird draft. It's an interesting draft, but that's what makes it more exciting, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a very weird. It is. It is.
The more interesting the draft, the more fun it is for me, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm uploading a video. Hey, there hasn't been an offensive player picked. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, it's been all defense so far. I think the Giants are gonna take a lineman here.
Hey, Carrillo, you ever seen that before?
I don't know if he hears you, but I have not
Oh,
seen.
yeah, no. Seen what before? I'm sorry. It's cutting a little bit.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. There's no. And I think the top offensive guy on Bill Carroll's board was actually, I think, Ryan Neal, who I interviewed. Ryan Neal I thought he might go to the Jets, at least in one scheme, right?
Yep.
But I don't think.
But
I don't
I
feel like a
think,
trade is.
yeah, I think
the
in
Giants.
terms of this.
The Giants have someone out. Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Oh,
I interviewed him.
oh.
He's a great guy.
Wow. You can tell he's so excited.
He's a great guy too. He's a nice guy. He's a kid, really. He'd be my son.
Let's see. It's a good. That's nice.
The number 5 pick is always. That'd be nice.
Thank you all for doing this.
He's all types of excited. I'm excited.
Whoa,
Thibodeau.
that's 5.
There we go.
Kayvon Thibodeau. Wow. 5 straight defensive players. I'm surprised by this a little bit. I was not expecting Thibodeau, but like,
God, what a statement.
yeah, I think so too, Dad.
This is going to be the lowest payroll draft in history. I feel sorry for the quarterback that gets the.
Where they're saying to steal.
Hey, Carrillo.
Yeah.
What's the over
Thibodeau
on
has
the
like number
15
one
million?
potential.
I was gonna say this is wild. This is something. This also is a testament. Yeah, this is I think what's happening right now in the first 5 picks is an absolute testament to people not wanting to pay. You're seeing it this year with the receivers. The quarterback numbers are becoming astronomical. Offensive numbers are going through the roof. So they're now switching to the defensive side of the ball. And this is I don't think this has ever happened in the history of the NFL. We'll have to do our research on it, but the first 5 picks are all defensive players.
Maybe Jameson. I'm still not sold the whole ECL issue with the wide receiver coming out of the draft.
Yeah, I don't believe it either. But for players,
kid's nuts.
He is so happy.
He's actually genuinely like that. Genuinely like that. That's not fake. You know, that's how he is.
Yep.
Hey, I'm gonna get something to eat. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna bring it back to my table.
Yeah, what do you think of the pick?
I hope he turns into like Lawrence Taylor type or JPP or.
I mean, I was thinking that he would be like a number 1 pick.
I'll take that.
This is unreal.
This is someone that many people has the number 1 pick, and he's going number 5 to the Giants. This is.
He's gonna be a star in New York.
Yep. There's character issues that came up in the middle of this and everything else, but you know what? If he's ready to play, he's ready to play. It's wow.
You think he's happy going to New York?
I think he's very happy. I think somebody like him will thrive in New York, and I think it's going to be if the Giants play him correctly, now coupled with Leonard Williams over there in New York as well. He's very good, so we're going to see how this is going to play out. But right now, this is crazy. 5 players. There are fantastic Pro Bowl caliber players like Evan Neal still sitting here, and now Carolina's in a very tricky situation. Do you take a tackle and then wait till next year to take your quarterback, or do you take your quarterback now and then?
Who would their quarterback be? Would it be Pickett?
I think you would have to go Malik Willis. Pickett, I do not trust enough. I think Pickett. Like I just had random. I think it would be Pickett or it would be Willis. Those are the 2 I could see. But even then, like I'm not even sure if that is like that seems a little high. Yeah. This is wild. Here we go. This is where the fun begins. Up. There you go. How about this? Nope. This. Here we go. We're gonna stick it like this. We'll go that way. But yeah, no, this is pretty mind-boggling right now that this is all happening the way that it is. It's just a testament to the and everybody who's going to get drafted tonight is a superior athlete. Let me start by saying that. But this is an indication of the lack of explosive offensive talent in this year's draft and just how deep the meat and potatoes of a football team are for this year. Look at this: DN, three DNs and two corners
in the top 5. I mean, I could be wrong, but when was the last time we've had a draft where the top 5 picks are all defensive players?
It's got to be years, if not ever. It's you always see an offensive player sneak in there, but this is now. And now we might be getting into the offensive line. You might not see a receiver possibly till 10 or 8, whatever it is. You might now see Evan Neal. You might see Charles Cross. You might see Ike Ekwonu go. You might see all these players start to go. And now you're sitting here going, wow. No, there's no receivers. There's no quarterbacks, running backs, any of these flashy players. This is a meat and potatoes draft. This is where you're going to get the bulk of your team. Because next year when C.J. Stroud and those players, and maybe Connor Williams, because he's a redshirt freshman who might be a redshirt junior, whatever it is, next year is going to be where you get that high-profile player for the next level.
I think so too. But right now, like you said, meat and potatoes, and sometimes oftentimes that can end up being more important than the flashy guys. I mean, just because it's not flashy doesn't mean it's not important.
Exactly, 100% right. Listen, I am a huge proprietor of you build a team from the inside out. If I'm building an offense, I'm finding 5 offensive linemen first. I used to play in a Madden league with my friend Matt, and we would do these fantasy drafts, and I would take my first 5 picks and I would draft an offensive line. That's it. And then I would worry about everything else, but I would get the best 5 offensive linemen I could and then be like, I'm good. I'll figure something out. As long as I got time, I'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
But this is wild here.
Insane.
Yeah, so this is now the picks in. I gotta think this is Evan Neal. You can't screw this up.
It's probably Evan Neal. He's the in terms of linemen, most people see him as the best guy on the board. Neal's been linked to Carolina. I can't see a quarterback, so yeah.
I think you can't really mess this up. You got to just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's it. You got to just do it. You got to just say, okay, and you got to go. Anybody who's viewing this, by the way, you guys want to write down in the comments section. Me or Vinny would be happy to answer any and all questions you got. Just put them in.
Guys, I want to read them. I want to read what you have to say.
Yeah, give us your opinions. Obviously, we're here for the long haul. Come on, put them in the comments. We'll start talking about them. We'll start mixing it up with you. If you got your own thing, we'll be happy. As long as it's readable on the air, we'll be happy to read it. You start going crazy, we're gonna have a problem. But besides that, fire on your questions. We'll be happy to answer them. So we got a long time here.
And here's the Carolina Panthers. Panthers are coming up.
It's got to be.
Got to be one of the linemen. It's got to be one of the
Yes,
linemen.
man. I'm about to go and eat. 1 second. Tackle. That's the first offensive player. Tackle.
Cam McQuanu is going to the Carolina Panthers.
Anyway, I'll call you back.
Here we go.
On ABC.
It's a
guy that some people had number 1, and him or Evan Neal, and that means whoever doesn't go here, Giants are probably going to take Evan Neal now.
Yep. Meat and potatoes draft.
See ya.
I think Ekwonu wanted to go to the Jets because he's got the green and white on.
Green's close enough. Green is close enough to blue anyway.
I was going to say, it's all on the rainbow. Sooner or later, it's close enough.
No, it's on my.
Yeah. But this is a meat and potatoes draft. That's all this is. Like, if you had to theme one thing about this, meat and potatoes you've had. Now you have offensive tackles going. Still haven't seen a skill position yet. It's all meat and potatoes. This is where you're building your football team. The players picked right now are going to be the players who stay in 2 years that are running this league as, like, the benchmarks of this. This is not.
Mm-hmm. It's mostly been a very trench-heavy draft.
Yeah.
Linemen and 2 corners. That's the only 2 corners.
Yeah, the Giants now should be sprinting to take Evan Neal and call it a day. and let the slide stop. And Evan Neal didn't slide because he's not good. He slid because of everybody else's needs. That's it.
I think the Giants right now, if they take Evan Neal, then so far they're the leaders in the clubhouse for this draft at the moment.
Yep.
And to be that fortunate to take two players that some even saw as the number one pick is impressive.
Yep. That's huge. All of this is huge. This is unreal.
I'll be right back and get some food.
That's fine. I'm just watching. This is unreal, ladies and gentlemen. This is something unprecedented that we're not watching skill position players getting drafted. It's the receivers and everything else, and this isn't, like I said before, the skill positions are still fantastic athletes. They can beat all of us in athletic competition right now. But this is an indication of just what teams are, including with especially wide receivers, the salary cap problems, like paying Devontae Adams a boatload, DeAndre Hopkins, all these big-time receivers. Deebo Samuel, which coming up to pick 10, they've been linked to the Jets, trading 10 for Deebo. We're going to see how this all plays out. But right now, at the 7th overall pick, I got to think that the Giants are going to go with Evan Neal here, and you're going to see another.
If they don't take Evan Neal, pick is in for the Giants.
I'm just going to mute Vinny's microphone for now. Well, yeah, we're going to see. I think you have to take Evan Neal right now. Yeah, I was going to say, Vinny, if you can hear me, I tried to mute your microphone. That's fine. If my kids were here, they'd be jumping right behind me on this big bed, just going crazy and all that stuff. But yeah, I think Evan Neal goes here. I think we keep moving forward here. But yeah, this is a meat and potatoes. That's how you do it.
Okay, I'm back.
All right. I was just saying I tried to mute it and I was like,
My
I don't know how to do
up a
this.
storm. I apologize.
No, that's fine. This is the fun. This is the fun of this. Listen, we're having fun. We're having a great time here. And we're only 5 picks in. We're 6 picks in now. So
Yeah, like this is a team, the Giants. They have been one of the very worst, if not arguably the worst offense in the league the last several years. In fact, since 2017, they've been tied with the Jets as the worst team in the league by wins and losses. They need a lineman here. They need a lineman. Lineman.
Yep. Well,
we got to take.
did you see the Giants decline the 5th option of Daniel Jones?
I did see that. It doesn't shock me.
I was gonna say, is this maybe we're gonna go quarterback here, learn for a year?
The TV's kind of choppy right now.
Yeah, I'm on ESPN now to see what that is. They're going over last year's trade because the Giants received this pick this year because they traded with the Bears to get Justin Fields.
It's like the connection is so bad. I'm gonna put on ESPN. Let's hope it comes in better.
I was gonna say Goodell's now walking to the podium right now. Here we go.
Move out of the way.
There it is. There it is.
Why is the connection so bad on the draft? Like, it's bad. It's bad for him as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it just came in. Evan Neal is a Giant. Like you said, they snagged 2 of probably the people all talked about with the first overall pick the most?
The connection's so bad.
Yeah.
Hey, Zenny, that looks good. What'd you get?
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's over here at the. I got this dish here. Let me show you what's going on here. See that?
Ooh, wow.
Pretty cool,
Is
huh?
that a buffet?
I was gonna say.
I got it from over there. That's where I got it from.
No, it looks
go.
good. I have my own dish: some turkey, some salad, and some carrots.
I think I made my own panini with ham and cheese tonight. That's what I ate.
Man, the connection is like not even working on the draft. Like, are you getting this too? Is it?
I'm watching Mac Jones throw, and now they're showing Evan Neal against Miami. And there's 6:20 left on the clock.
For some reason, the TV.
Anthony, great to see you, my man.
Thanks.
See you,
too,
Vinny. Great,
Yeah,
thank you guys for being here.
Anytime. Like, I got it. Say.
This is great. It's a great time. I'm excited to be here too. Finally, we can all see
Onward
each
and
other.
upward
You're exactly right.
to show we're capable of being. You know?
Yeah. You know what? Think about it. We always find the time. If we don't talk a lot, we always make sure that we're all here for the draft together because this is, wow, Evan Neal's father is large. Wow.
It's the draft. It's not the TV. Leave it on 5-7.
Giants, you know what? Good for you. This is exactly what you needed to do to try to turn this around.
Mm-hmm. It's back. I have it on ESPN. It's working now.
Yeah, ESPN's good. They're interviewing Evan Neal's parents, and it's 5:15 left on the clock now.
Hey,
Now,
by
what are
the
the
way,
Falcons going to do here?
not the only. I got Evan Neal's parents too, and
Did
I got
you?
Wayne Newton. I got Wayne Newton and Donnie.
So you got to interview Wayne Newton? Is that what he said?
Newton. Yes.
That's unreal. That's awesome. I wish I lived close. I'd come fly. I'd go out to Vegas if I could.
I wish I could go to Vegas. I've never been outside the East Coast.
Oh, wow. Evan Neal is so sleek, but like so sleek and slim, but you know he could punch a hole through a Civic. Like he is strong as an ox, but he doesn't look like it. Like that quiet intensity.
Well, he was stuck eating my food.
Oh, you joking?
So yeah, guys, here we go.
That's the Falcons, folks.
I think the Falcons possibly go Malik Willis here. I think maybe you
Or
get
Jordan
him.
Davis.
Yeah, Jordan Davis, Malik Willis
Hey, Anthony,
here.
I have a feeling it's Jordan Davis.
It might be. Maybe Jamison Williams here, get a receiver because Calvin Ridley's suspension. Maybe Malik Willis is a big thought here. Have him sit under Mariota. Mariota's got that 2-year contract. Then Malik Willis could take his time getting into the groove of it.
Whoa! Whoa! Didn't see that one coming.
Let's see.
Wow.
Drake London, wide receiver.
Oh, thank God. You know what?
And our first offensive skill position player of the draft.
First skill position is Drake London from, you know what? They have Zacharias or whatever his name is. I can't remember the Falcons receiver's name. They have Russell Gage. Now you're getting that big, tall, deep red zone threat with the pair with Kyle Pitts now.
Very, very big. Like, let's see how many people took Chris Terprezzo saw them actually trading back and still dating Drake London. So isn't that surprising? Especially with the information, everything with Calvin Ridley. And I do trust Marcus Mariota is going to have a new target over in Atlanta. Well,
Yeah, you're pairing Drake London now.
Main target in Atlanta now.
Yeah. Wow. You know what? It's a good pick. You have
I like it.
Yeah, Calvin Ridley suspended. Everybody's suspended. Calvin Ridley suspended. Julio Jones is gone. Kyle Pitts needs a weapon to go with him. Here we go. Yeah, this is a big pickup for Atlanta here. Yeah, now Seattle's sitting on the clock. Hold on, I write this down. Seattle Seahawks are on the clock now, so let's see what they do. I really think Kyle Hamilton goes here.
Drake London. The Seahawks for their first round pick. Let's see.
I think this has to be where Kyle Hamilton goes.
I could see Kyle Hamilton going here.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe Jermaine Johnson could also go here too.
Also true. That's another one that I was thinking about.
I think Jermaine Johnson would,
Yeah.
The Seahawks, again, is the team that can go many different directions. They can take linemen. They can take a defensive lineman. What are they building over there in Las Vegas?
That's what Mel Kiper's repeating me on ESPN saying, pair Drake London with Kyle Pitts, you have red zone threats. I just said that. Zennie62Media, we get it before Mel Kiper even says it. Don't worry about it.
He announced some Hall of Fame stuff before the NFL, before the league, before the Hall itself did.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna see. Here we go. Seattle's still on the clock. 4:50 left. You know what? It's a fun draft just because it's so much parity in this. So we'll keep building off the parity and we'll go from there. That's all that matters. I'm just checking all the stuff. This is crazy. And now we're going to see how it all works. Yeah, we're just going to keep doing it. We're going to have fun. Yeah, so anybody who's on the draft, in the stream, whatever it is, be my guest. Comment down below what you're thinking about. Comment what your thoughts are about all this that's going on. Throw any questions out there. Be happy to answer them. It's been a crazy draft so far.
Crazy so far. First quarter done. It's been very, if I were to describe it, meat and potatoes. That's how I said. Very, very down the middle, focusing on the trenches. Yeah, on occasion, but very trench-heavy draft.
Yeah, this is where you're getting your meat and potatoes. That's it. That's all where we're going from here on out. This is crazy. Woo. Oh yeah, we're moving. And we'll see how it goes from here. Yeah, Falcons are taking the Seahawks are taking a lot of time on the clock. 320 and counting. Their pick still isn't in. Do we smell a trade? Somebody moving up here? Trying to grab Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, maybe Kyle Hamilton. Somebody's trying to move up now into the top 10 here.
Pick is in for the Seahawks.
Oh, it's right now. What time is it? I'm at 3 minutes.
9:06. It's 9:06 here.
I got 2:57 and counting. I'm talking about the clock that's running down. Oh, there it is. Well, let's see.
Now it says that football is all these things. But that's nice. Trevor Project.
Welcome back to the first round of the National Football League draft on ESPN. We're in Las Vegas. The picks have come quickly tonight. We've already gone through 8 selections, and the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock.
Well, here we go. I think it's Kyle Hamilton, so let's see.
Talking about star players changing places, and perhaps the biggest name of them all was Russell Wilson, which many people perceive this to be a sign that the Seahawks are going into a full rebuild.
I think if the Seahawks don't take Garrett Wilson, the Jets come flying in. They're going to see if the Niners take the 10 for Deebo Samuel. If not, take Garrett Wilson, call it a day.
I think the Seahawks will take someone in the trenches. I'm thinking they'll take an offensive lineman, or they're going to take a defensive lineman.
You think this is where Charles Cross goes?
I was thinking Cross. That's been my main. I'm mostly thinking of Cross, but I'm also thinking that if they don't go Cross, I was thinking that if they don't, maybe Jermaine Johnson. That's another one I've thought of.
Yeah, Jermaine Johnson is a good athlete.
Those two, and here comes Roger.
Yep.
Love the ESPN theme.
Yeah, here we go.
You're right, Charles Cross.
There it is. There we go. You know what? Dwayne Brown's gone. He's real old. Here we go. You got Charles Cross. Now you got Drew Lock. So you have Drew Lock, Noah Fant, Charles Cross, young people, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett's still there. If Drew Lock can figure out how to play quarterback, that's a decent offense to have. Like, they have my guy from Oklahoma State, Chris Carson.
The only downside is that he's in a tough division. He's going to be in a tough division.
Then he's off to the interview room. He's going to go see all the high-profile people.
Oh, hope we see them.
Yeah, maybe we'll be able to stream it live from the interview room. Who knows? Here we go. Guys, thank you. I see that we got an uptick in some viewers here. Welcome to the 2020 NFL Draft live stream brought to you by Zennie62Media and Oakland News Now. The comment section, just write the comments in. We'll be happy to answer any and all questions you got. It's me. Zenny's in and out. Our fearless leader is actually in Las Vegas. And I have my counterpart, my partner in crime here, Vinny. And we'll be ready to answer any and all questions you got. And let's have some fun.
We want as many questions as possible, guys. Come on, let's keep it going.
Really, anything that's PG rated so we can say it out on the air. We are live. We're streamed across tons of different platforms. It might only say that there's a few people here, but there are hundreds or if not thousands of people's watching us all over different platforms. So don't be shy. Say it out here. Go ahead. We'll shout out your girlfriend, your mother, your best friend. It don't matter. We'll do
everyone. We'll shout out. I mean, my dog shouted out quite a lot so far.
I was going to say, if you give us a good
enough, my dog is yapping and just screaming like crazy.
Yeah, and if you give us a good enough question, I'll put on the party mullet, and then we'll really have some fun here. That's it.
For those that don't know, It's what Anthony has in place of to make up for his lack of follicles on the top.
Indeed. Here, I'm just going to tease. I'm going to throw a teaser out, folks. Here we go. Here comes. Here comes the party mullet. So I got the. So you give us a good question. We'll throw on the party mullet. I'll answer your question. Look at this. This is beautiful.
I see the Jets taking a receiver here, Anthony. I see Wilson or Jameson Williams.
So do I. I see either, unless I know it's a far-fetched trade thought, but if the Niners take number 10 for Deebo Samuel, I'd rather take Deebo Samuel. If we can't do it just straight up, which is not going to happen, I'd take Garrett Wilson just for the fact of that he's ready to play football, and pair him with an Elijah Moore and pair him with CJ Uzama and Corey Davis and Michael Carter in the backfield, and where the Jets look on paper like we're going to be a decent football team. That's completely different to what actually happens.
Do you think they're going to take who do you think they're going to take here? They're going to take Williams, or do you think they're going to get Wilson?
I think that I'm just happy Drake London's off the board. But I think that we're going to go – I hope we go either gun to my head. I'd go Garrett Wilson here. I'd go Garrett Wilson just because there's no question mark about injuries. Like, Jameson Williams is a fantastic athlete. He's coming off a torn ACL.
That's the biggest question mark, the injury. Though at the same time, I will say, Trayvon Walker had the scare with the car accident, but he was still taking number 1 overall. But then again, keep in mind, it's also different organizations making different moves.
Yep.
Have different ideas of what they think is right or what's not.
Oh, please, sweet Mary and Joseph. Here we go.
I miss not seeing Kuiper there. Well, at least he's there virtually.
Yeah. As long as we don't screw it up. That's it.
Pick is in.
Yeah.
I'd watch out for the bag. The bag's tilting.
I really hope Louis Riddick also gets a front office job. He's interviewed for a few of them.
Yeah, he's gotten a few interviews. The iron hasn't struck yet.
Yeah. Carlos, thank you. There you go, bud. Right in the mix. You're breaking the fourth wall here. I love it. Carlos is asking us.
Let's see the Jets. You know that ring?
Yes, I know the ring.
Who is that?
I'm just gonna make weird.
Garrett Wilson. You were right. Garrett Wilson.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Boom. Perfect.
He's like calling and he's like taking off his glasses. You put him back on again.
Hey, I'll take it. I'll take Garrett Wilson. 100%.
Garrett Wilson.
So now you have 6'2" Corey Davis. You have 6' Garrett Wilson, and now you have 5'8" Elijah Moore. You now have a receiving core.
They have a corner and a receiver. Really nice. I would not say it's as good as the Giants so far.
No.
But a really solid on paper draft for the New York Jets.
Absolutely. And you know what? Now the Jets still have 38, 35, and 69. So if they want to move back into the first round, I'm just an idiot. If you move back.
Unlikely. I mean, I can't see the Jets getting a third first-round pick. I'd say that's a bit of a pipe dream. I wouldn't be that shocked, but I just can't see it.
Who knows? But you know what? There's going to be – the way people are moving down, you could find somebody that might want to sneak in and get somebody at 35 or 38.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something good.
Now – I could see the Commanders taking I could see them taking Williams here, like whatever wide receiver the Jets don't take, the Commanders do take. I'm trying very hard to call them the Commanders because I'm still trying to get accustomed to that name.
Oh, I'm telling you right now. I know it's not. I'll say it this way by being the most politically correct I can here. I still refer to them as their original name just for the fact of that I was raised old school. Look, just within reaching distance, I have the Jets America's Game documentary that I show my children all under the age of 10. They know who Don Maynard is. They know Joe Namath, Winston Hill, Freeman McNeil, Matt Snell, Country Boy Pete Lamons. My kids know these people.
Yep, I know them too.
Yeah, so I'm really entrenched in the old stuff, but I'm still moving.
Anthony, big news. The Commanders just traded their pick to the Saints. The Saints traded up.
No. Okay.
The Saints just traded up.
So, I'm telling you right now, okay, that's huge news.
It makes sense considering that the Saints traded a few weeks ago with the Eagles to get a second first round pick. So I figured they would probably use it as draft capital to move up, and sure enough, they did.
You know what? That's why here. Well, there you go. Okay. So I'm gonna guess, gun to my head, this has to be Jameson Williams for that wide receiver core.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think the Commanders probably weren't entirely sure, and I'm pretty sure they might have thought that maybe someone like the Texans or the Vikings could try to trade up. So they leapfrogged both of them.
Yep.
But we don't know which of the picks they decided to trade up. Did they trade away their 16th pick or did they trade away their 19th pick?
Yeah, we're gonna figure it out. But by the way, while we're waiting for this to come in, Vinny, Carlos asked a good question. Who do we think the Arizona Cardinals are going to take this year? What do you think?
Ooh, the Cardinals, that is mostly going to depend on who else goes. But I personally think that when it comes to Cardinals, they're going to take someone. I would say someone on the edge. I have a feeling it'll be someone on the edge, like a defensive lineman.
Okay, yeah, but I have me personally. I have the Cardinals. I have the Cardinals in two different sections. I have Kenyan Green or I have George Pickens. Now, I say George Pickens for the fact of that George Pickens, high risk, high reward, but he's very raw. So you bring him into a receiving core with Rondale Moore, DeAndre Hopkins, AJ Green. George Pickens can move into that. Everybody's pretty much the same able-bodied 6'3", absolute lunatic type of person. Or you can go the other way and take an offensive lineman that will protect Kyler Murray, who I'm pretty sure by deleting all of his posts.
I think there's a part of me that feels like he kind of wants out.
Yep, I think he wants to go play. I think he realized now football hurts. Baseball doesn't hurt as much as football. Maybe he should have went to Oakland to go play at the Coliseum. Maybe when Zennie comes back, if his internet ever gets better, we can ask him and see how that goes.
At least he's eating well.
I was going to say, my God, look, this is what I got. I have Lay's, Frito-Lay's, please sponsor us, and a Corona Extra. There you go.
I got some turkey, some carrots, and some salad. It's no offense, but I wish I had what Zennie had.
I was going to say, there's no offense taken. I wish I was. I went when I met Zennie in 2012, the year that J.J. Watt and Julio Jones got drafted. We went there sponsored by GMC. I'll never forget it. And we went to the Bud Light Lounge, and it was me, Zennie, and a few other guys, some of the OGs. I think Bill Carroll might have been there. I hope Bill Carroll jumps on this. And I just turned like 21. I just was over the drinking age, and they're walking around with trays. They're like, you want a Bud Light? And I was like, sure. So then at 21, I'm sitting there chugging beer at full speed. And then Zennie goes, oh, we got to go to the interview room. So if you look at that 2012 draft, in the front row, there's some idiot kid putting his phone on the table and walking right into every player. That idiot is me. So you watch it.
Yeah, with me, I got into Zennie back when I was, back when I was 20 years old, in my junior year.
Yeah.
Of college.
You know what? It's great. This is a lot of fun.
It's great experience. It really is.
It really is. Like I played football my whole life. I never got into this stuff. I went under the wing of Zennie and Bill Carroll and a lot of these guys, and they taught me not only how to speak more confidently, be confident in yourself. And I tell anybody this, that if you have an opportunity to do something like this and go out there, and it might be nervous for you, go out and do it because it builds a lot of confidence. It makes you a lot more sure of yourself. And when you're in situations in the public eye and things like that, you're not trying to find the back of the room. You're sitting there in the front because you you can articulate exactly what you're saying. And it's I love every second of this. Like right before this, I was coaching T-ball with my kids, and tomorrow I got a game with one of my kids, and then I got the draft tomorrow night, and then Saturday I'm gonna miss rounds 4 through 7 because I got 2 games to coach, but I would never miss this for my life. I actually took paid time off from my real job, not real job, but my day job. I took PTO today and tomorrow off so I could focus on this, so I could be prepared to make sure this, because Zennie62Media and everything else, we're all over the place. You type this in, Oakland News Now is one of the top search results on Google and everything. You guys,
like it's getting millions of views. Like it's been doing very, very well.
Yeah, we get a lot of views. When I started Ants Rants, I went from 100 views a video to about 4,500, 5,000 views. And then I started having kids, so I had to put it on the back burner because I couldn't yell at night because there's infants sleeping. But this is a lot. And I hope the guys show up. I'm going to send text messages, see if I can get these guys on this because
what's this?
Here we go. You're in front of me, so you announce them.
Oh, the schedule. They announce the game? Oh. Chargers Chiefs Thursday Night Football.
Oh, I like that yellow jersey.
They should make that an official jersey.
Oh, I love. You know what? I'm a Jet fan. Those powder blues of San Diego, man.
I think the Chargers have the best uniform combo, like the powder blue and yellow, and they have everything. All that's missing is just a yellow jersey, and be perfect.
Yep, I will 100% agree with you. And Austin Eckler has the broadest shoulders for the smallest man. His name is Moose. That's not real.
Oh, a nickname.
Obviously. Oh, yeah, because Amazon Prime's
streaming. Is it going to be in LA or is it going to be city?
Tony Gonzalez.
Arrowhead.
I love Tony Gonzalez when he answers like the intros to Monday Night Football. He's like, I'm Tony Gonzalez.
Thursday Night Football. You got 2 high-powered teams battling it out. It's going to be epic. It's going to be an amazing thing. Even if you don't rock with the Chargers or Chiefs, I know you got them on their fantasy team, so there's no point in not watching. It's going to be awesome.
That's going to be
there. It is. Week 2, Thursday Night Football.
Yep.
September 15th. Los Angeles Chargers at the Kansas City Chiefs. Very exciting. Great first matchup for Thursday Night Football. Great classic rivalry.
I was going to say, Austin Eckler says it doesn't get any better than Thursday Night Football, but
that's a lie. He's getting paid to say that.
I was going to say, wait until like week 10 and then week 11's the Thursday night game, and he's going to be like, I hate every fiber of this.
Here it is.
Go ahead. You announce it. You're in front of me.
The 11th pick. Let's see the details after this. Wow. Chris Olave.
There you
like
go.
I said, they take a wide receiver and I wasn't expecting Olave, but I was expecting Williams.
You know what? That ACL injury is playing a factor here.
It definitely is, because Olave, most people had like the middle of the first round, but this is a lot higher than most people had him going.
Yep.
But, the Saints need a receiver, of course. Michael Thomas, he's going from the best receiver in the league, and now he's a question mark. And, Jameis Winston, he needs a number 1 target, and considering he can't exactly rely on Thomas as much as he should. Oh, Another trade.
Go ahead. Announce it, bud.
The Vikings traded with their division rival, the Lions.
Oh, wow.
The Lions traded all the way up here. They had the number 32 pick. And now They trade within their division rival, the Vikings. Now, granted, I have a friend who's a Vikings fan. He doesn't exactly see the Lions as a rival, but the Vikings are trading with a rival.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is. Hold on, I'm just sending it out.
The Lions, they have pick 32, which originally was the Rams. Back-to-back picks that were traded on draft day.
Yep. You know what?
Again, this is also a draft where we've had the Jets and the Giants already have 2 picks because of trades.
I think this is where maybe the fall of Kyle Hamilton ends. Maybe this is where Jameson Williams goes, or maybe this is where Detroit says, screw it. Malik Wilson has fallen long enough. We're going to take him now and let him sit for a year behind Goff, and then here we go.
I mean, but why would you trade all the way up here? Like, isn't this a little bit of a reach?
This is a huge. Whoever they're taking here, maybe this is Jordan Davis to try to replace the Ndamukong Suh years.
It could be Davis. That's another one I thought of. But, a lot of people mocked the Vikings taking Davis.
Yeah,
they got to be sure with a division rival that, like, I've never seen this in recent years where on round 1, a team trades within their division.
Well, I'm waiting to get the answer for what the trade. I'm online right now on my computer trying to see the trade details for the Commanders.
Yeah, we don't still know the details of that yet.
Yeah, if I get them, I'm just going to spit it out there. It's got to be.
They're saying that the Commanders, they're saying how they got the Saints 16th pick, but we don't know anything else besides just that. So the Saints trade away their 16th pick. Nothing.
There's no way that's straight up like that.
It's not just probably another.
Oh, here we go. This is I feel like this has to be possibly Jameson Williams. This cannot be Kenny Pickett here.
Pure Michigan one. Oh, what? The Eagles just traded up to 13. Back to back. Draft day, round 1 trades.
Draft day monstrousness.
The Eagles traded up to number 13. So the Commanders trade back with the Saints. Vikings trade back with the Lions.
All right, no, I'm sorry. I'm just typing this all out.
No, it's fine. Don't worry.
I think, you know what I think it is? I think that the Lions aren't taking Jameson Williams, and the Eagles are going to jump up and take Jameson Williams and pair him with Devonta Smith. And
Jalen Reagor definitely was not that guy. Just saying.
He's so bad.
I'll be frank. He just was not that. Was not. Okay, so this is the details of the Lions-Vikings trade. The Lions get the 12th overall pick in a second-round pick this year. That's 46. And the Vikings get the 32nd overall pick, the 34th overall pick, so the second pick of the second round, and then a third round, and then also a third-round pick for this year. So the Vikings could potentially package that for one bigger player later on. Let's just see.
Let's see who they pick. Maybe Jermaine Johnson goes here.
Jameson Williams.
Okay, there you go.
Big trade up.
That's huge.
3 straight picks. 3 straight wide receivers.
Yep. Now we have 4 in the first round so far with Drake London going to the Falcons.
Yeah, we've had in a span of we've had 4 wide receivers taken out of Drake London, then a skip a pick. Garrett Wilson to the Jets. Chris Olave to the Saints, and now Jameson Williams to the Lions.
Yep.
But like, wow, this is a huge trade up.
This is a
now
lot.
Let's see what the Eagles. Let's see what they trade up.
Yeah. Now.
Oh, apparently the Eagles decided to trade away their 18th pick and not their 15th pick.
Yeah. I mean, he's walking fine, so it looks like.
Pick is in for the Eagles.
There we go.
Probably not going to take a wide receiver now. I mean, they could, but I doubt it. I mean, Jameson Williams is already taken. But the Lions completely leapfrogged them here.
I think the Eagles get. I think that's where the fall of Kyle Hamilton ends with the Philadelphia Eagles at 13. I think that's where it's got to stop. It's got to stop somewhere.
Hamilton, a lot of people see him going to the Eagles.
Yep.
As like a safety. I never seen a situation. Well, I can understand what the Vikings would because they still have Justin Jefferson, they still have Adam Thielen. So I'm not entirely shocked, but that's gonna be something that the Vikings corners are going to be seeing for some time to time.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm shocked. You never see this in your own division. You trade up.
Yeah, this is a good thing. That somebody brought up a good point that now.
I think it's been a good first round for the Lions too. They get Aiden Hutchinson, someone who many saw as the best player in the draft, and you get with healthy Jameson Williams, who some say is the best wide receiver in this draft class. It's a really good draft day so far for the Detroit Lions, I gotta say.
Absolutely. You're not wrong at all. This is.
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no, they did trade away their 15th pick. The ESPN just corrected it.
Got it.
Right back. Get some food.
So, yeah, guys, honestly, any questions? Like Carlos put it out there. Come on, guys. Just ask your questions. We'll be happy to answer it. Just give your opinions, things like that. We'll comment on that as well. It'll be fantastic. We'll have a lot of fun doing this. If you're on YouTube, if you're on StreamYard, if you're on Twitter, if you're on Facebook, this is all over the place, guys. We got a lot of people watching. We got a lot of people invested in this. This will be fantastic if you guys want to come up and just have a lot of fun here. We're ready for it all. Yep. Nope. Here we go. Now the Eagles pick is in. So we'll see where that lands.
And you have an e-commerce platform designed to handle certain spikes in overall demand, and then actual overall cost. Like create IT systems that roll their own sleeves. And yeah, that's creative. Night. We about to put it on. We're going to close the oven. The curtain is up, and the spotlight is on you.
Let's see where it is here. All right, here we go. I'm watching the HBO Max commercial. There you go.
Yeah, on an ESPN ad.
Yeah, right.
I mean, fairness, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Who knows what's going to end up with that in Discovery Plus? They're going to merge those together into one, especially after the merger. AT&T sold them to Discovery. Really? Really? Can you please leave me alone for a little bit?
Hold on, I will be right back.
I kind of need that on because if I'm not, that will look dark.
And with the best kind of celery sauce. Critical fries.
No, he's not. Just Doctor Strange 2. Okay, everyone, here's the details of the pick. The Eagles get the 13th overall pick, and the Texans get the 15th overall pick, this year's 4th round pick, and then 2 5th round picks for this year. So a little bit. I mean, most in day 3, but still. The Eagles have their guy they have. It moves us 2 picks, and sometimes it takes us a lot. And now the pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. Their first pick of the night. And assumingly, they'll use their second one unless they decide to trade back. Now, let's see who the Eagles take here. Now, will it be Kyle Hamilton? Would it be Tyler Linderbaum? Who could it be? Trent McDuffie? You can go there. They can have some help at corner. Maybe George Karlaftis. That might be a little bit of a reach, but let's see.
There we go. I think this is got to be Kyle Hamilton.
I think so too.
Yeah, you got to go.
I think. Ooh, who are they?
All right, see Goodell there.
No one believes this.
With the 13th pick in the 2022 draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select
Jordan Davis.
Ooh.
Makes sense. Jordan Davis makes a lot of sense. I had him in my mock draft, especially considering we don't know if Fletcher Cox is going to be there next year. So it makes sense to have him just be in the wings.
Yep. You know what? Yeah, it's not a good bad pick at all. So let's see.
I like this pick.
So do I.
Now, I don't know if he would have been. Now, some people think this is like the range that he was expected to be, like,
Yep.
12 to 18. Like, so they were in the right range, though I will say that I can understand leapfrogging the Ravens here because there might have been some idea saying that the Ravens were thinking about Jordan Davis.
Yeah. I honestly thought the Ravens were going to get Jordan Davis at 14. Who did I have them taken? I had at 13, I technically had Jermaine Johnson going. But I didn't have the Eagles taking him. I had the Texans taking him at 13. So this is big here.
Also, in other sports news, the Sixers have advanced. No blowing any 3-0 leads here, this guys.
Oh.
They're gonna face the Heat. They're gonna face the Heat in the next round.
Yep.
They stumped them pretty soundly in Toronto, and yeah. But right now, the Suns and the Pelicans are tight. Like it's so tight. This can go to a Game 7, honestly.
It honestly could, yeah. With Devin Booker being hurt and everything, it gave the Pelicans a shot at this. If Devin Booker's not hurt, that's not a series. But with him in the ankle, yeah.
I could still see the Suns, maybe potentially losing to the Mavericks, though.
Yeah. Well, that's only if Luka Doncic is at 100%.
He's also with her too. So, either way, I think the Warriors are the team to come out of the West this year more than likely, especially with the injuries with the Mavericks and the Suns, and you don't know about the Grizzlies or the Timberwolves. So, but I'd love to see the Warriors against honestly, with the way the Celtics have been at the second half of the season, I can honestly see them going to the finals. I'm serious. I really can.
You're not wrong.
Though the Bucks, that's tricky, but I think they could beat the Bucks. And they faced against the Heat in the Eastern Conference Finals a couple of years ago. I could see them winning this time.
Yeah, I can see that too. Jordan Davis is so big.
Very, very fun. Two great franchises, though. Yeah, Brad Stevens may not be coaching, but he's a big reason why this team is where he is. Running the front office.
Absolutely, yeah. He doesn't get enough credit for putting them.
It could have been a great time, an amazing job his first year as head coach.
Yep.
Yeah, I understand the team was good, but it's the team that had some disappointments last year, and they're now the 2 seed division winner.
Jordan Davis is so friggin' enormous, and the scary thing is, at that size, he'd still beat us all in a foot race. He will hurt all of us, and we can't do a thing about it. Oh, there's my charger. My children, everybody, side note, my children hide my things, so I just found my iPhone charger in my desk underneath 15 pieces of paper, because I've been charging my phone with my car and praying it survives the night. Good. That's good. Carlos, you got anything to input on this? You asked us a question about the Cardinals. Now I know I can show I figured out I can show your question up on the screen like this. I figured out how I could do that. So any questions, guys, you get it up here. You want to give a shout out, we'll put it up on the screen for you.
What do you think the Cards are going to pick? Didn't we already say
No, we did. I'm just showing him I figured out how to do it. That's it. So you guys, anywhere, YouTube, StreamYard, Facebook, Twitter, it's all over the place. Be my guest. I'll put the link back out there for everybody. You guys can see it all. Hamilton's getting overlooked a lot. Yeah, and you know what? I said it to my cousin today. I was on the phone with my cousin for a long time today. Sam, he's down in Florida. And I said, Kyle Hamilton is going to fall for the fact of that when you watch his tape, you never sat there and went, that's a top 5 pick. You sat there and said, that's a good play and that's a good play. You never sat there and go, wow, that's an elite level play from this guy. Oh, hold on. Zenny's calling me.
line certainly also feels like they've been trying for years to find that number one receiver. They drafted Rashad Bateman a year ago, Hollywood Brown several years ago. Still have not really put that number one man out there. Lamar Jackson.
Whoa, guys, there's a trade. There's a trade. According to Field Yates, the Ravens just made a trade. They decided to trade Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown, to the Arizona Cardinals. So, Carlos, you got some news on that. Let's see what the Ravens take. Kyle Hamilton finally ends in Baltimore. Chef's kiss right there of a pick. Freakish athlete. Great pairing. Helping out that secondary. A secondary that was a team that was ravaged by injuries last year. If it was not for the injuries, I firmly believe they would have the Ravens would have won the AFC North. I mean, the Bengals won, but they won by 2 games. In fact, the Steelers.
I just got off the phone with our fearless leader. He's in the interview room now, sitting next to Pac-Man Jones. Not kidding.
Wow.
Sorry if everybody sees this. You want to see my big behind? I don't care. I got cords all over the place. He's interviewing at the moment Sauce Gardner, who's in the interview room.
Awesome.
Yes. So what were you saying? I see.
I was saying that the Ravens made 2 deals. First off, they selected Kyle Hamilton with the 14th pick, and according to Field Yates, they traded Marquise Brown to the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh.
So, Carlos, I think we can rule out the Cardinals taking a wide receiver in the first round.
Here we go. He said we get a lineman to replace Jones.
The defensive lineman. Oh yeah, you got to replace Chandler Jones.
Yes, you do.
That you need to get an edge rusher.
Yes, and the Texans pick is in already.
Maybe they had their guy like ahead of time, and 2 picks later, it wasn't Jordan Davis, it wasn't Kyle Hamilton, so
yep,
they still have their guy. They move back 2 spots, get some more picks, and they still get their guy.
Yep. There you go. All right. Everybody gets mad at me on Facebook when this time of the year goes around because everybody's all about those memories on Facebook. My memories are just all the draft picks that I just write. And I'm just like, here you go. And that's it.
With me, I don't really speak on Facebook. I just message people, DM people on Facebook. That's what I mostly do. This is what it said. The deal that the Ravens did is that the Marquise Brown and pick 100 were the Cardinals, and that was done to trade up to pick 23. So, Carlos, you have to wait another day, buddy. Nor if you want to see the Cardinals pick, you're gonna have to wait until day 2 because they ain't having any picks day 1. They traded away they traded Marquise Brown away to trade up to 23.
Now, is that for a lineman? Is that for a Trevor Penning? Is that for somebody?
I think it's probably for a lineman, I would assume. But, it's pick 23. We still have several picks to go before we get there. So this is a little risky, but, this is pretty big news that, and I've just noticed we've been having a number of teams have multiple. I mean, before the draft started, based the trades ahead of time, we already had 8 teams have 2 first-round picks. But so far, we've had the Lions have 2 first-round picks as a result.
Yep.
We've also seen now the Ravens get a second first-round pick.
Yep.
Canceling out the chances of the Cardinals and not the Vikings, canceling out the Cardinals for a chance to have a first-round pick.
Yeah. This is crazy.
What did the Texans take?
Let's see. Call it out.
And here's their second pick. They take Kenyan Green, the guard out of Texas A&M.
There you go.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Some people were thinking, hey, maybe it could be a late at the top quarter, but I didn't think he would. But some say it's a little high, but this was their guy. They were set on their guy, and they couldn't really trade back. So Kenyan Green, number 15 to the Houston Texans. And now the Washington Commanders are on the clock. And let's see who they pick. Apparently the pick is in. They are not trading this one.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Now, just say the Commanders, guys. Don't have to say Washington anymore.
Yeah, right?
Commanders isn't offensive. I would think so, but we might disagree, but who cares?
I had Kenyan Green going. I actually had Kenyan Green going to Arizona.
See, most people had the Commanders taking, Kyle Hamilton. Some saw that, but that's not possible.
Yep.
Drake London. So I think, who could they take here?
The Commanders right now.
You can get Booth, but I think Booth is. They can get Andrew Booth here if they want. So it might be a little bit of reach, but it could work. Or
you can think about that.
Also, I should mention this with the Texans taking with the Texans taking
Which one?
With the Texans taking Kenyan Green, I was thinking this would have been a perfect pick for the Commanders, especially with the loss of Brandon Scherf. So I can see them going for a lineman here. They got to replace Scherf. In my opinion, I think they need to replace Scherf.
Well, is this Zion Johnson? Yeah.
Yeah, they can take Zion Johnson here.
Yeah, Zion Johnson. Is this a Tyler Lindenbaum one? Is this also, you might go receiver here? Is this Treylon Burks' number gets called here? We can go a lot of ways. We're going to see how it all plays out, because this is wild, and we're going to see exactly how it goes. I'm just stirring up problems on Facebook. It's, you know what?
Looking like the Suns going to close out and move on to face off against whoever wins between the Mavericks and the Jazz.
I want the Jazz to win just because that's a fantastic matchup, Suns Jazz.
I would love to see that too. And I like Quinn Snyder, I like Donovan Mitchell. I really like Rudy Gobert. Yeah. I really don't want to see that get blown up. I mean, they did not have a great second round last year, and man, this Game 6 against the Mavericks on Saturday. Game 6 today, 10 p.m. Gonna be so exciting.
Yep. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And you know what? This has been a crazy first round. We've seen a crazy amount of trades. We're now, after this pick, we'll be halfway through it all. This is a lot. There's a lot to take in.
Yeah, here's more of the details on that Marquise Brown trade. For those that don't remember, Marquise Brown traded to the Cardinals for pick 23, and the Cardinals also get a fourth round pick. You get an early 4th round pick or a 3rd round pick?
I'm just jealous of Zennie right now. He's in the interview room sitting next to Pac-Man Jones and then doing the
Hey, it happens. Well, you'll get there. I'm trying to break into the Hall of Fame. No, not literally. Like, I want to become a voter for Hall. Like, I'm not big into players. As you know, I'm a huge contributor. I'm a huge contributor buff. Like inventors and scouts and all these. That's what I care about the most, personally. And players I'm fine with, but I just think it gets kind of tiring. Here it is. Let's see what the Commanders take. Oh, they are taking wide receiver here. Jahan Johnson.
Oh, they took him. All right, so they took the receiver, but not the one that.
It's weird that, Dotson, this is a bit of a reach. A lot of people thought he'd be like, later on, but like I said, if this was their guy, they're taking their guy.
You know what?
And they were expected to take a wide receiver. I think they were looking to get a wide receiver. There's no way they weren't looking to get a wide receiver before. And they probably should have stayed where they were. And they probably should have stayed where they were instead of trading with the Saints and taking, Williams or, Olave. But, they still get their wide receiver that they want.
Yep. And you know what? We are now halfway through the first round, and a quarterback has not been taken, and there's not really a lot of teams that need them after this.
I will say this. I'm loving that.
Yeah.
I'm loving that. I'm serious. I mean, I like quarterbacks and all, but, this is a draft that, it's giving some love to the other positions. And I like seeing that,
Like I said, to me,
I like seeing these drafts that cater more towards those more oft-forgotten positions. I like seeing that. I like to see more like this.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm saying that as a more hardcore fan, not as a diehard.
Yeah.
As like a diehard fan, but I seen a little change of pace. Because, without a clear-cut number one, it kind of clears the – the Chargers. Let's see who they take.
I'm guessing Trevor Penning here to take a tackle. Pair him with the guy from last year.
Zion Johnson.
They took Jermaine Johnson?
No, they got Zion Johnson.
Johnson, all right. Well, you know what? Also,
he was good. He was really good for Boston. He didn't give up a single pressure. Forget a sack. He didn't give up a pressure. That's even more impressive.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, sacks is one thing, but pressure, again, that's even more impressive.
Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me? The Eagles traded again?
No.
The Titans traded up. The Titans just traded up to where the Eagles are. So the Eagles traded up before, and now they're trading back with the Titans.
This is wild.
Man, we've had many trades so far. We've had, well, not only the ones before, but we've had, we've had the Saints trade up. We've had the Eagles trade up. And we've had the Ravens trade up. Now we're having the Titans trade. We have trade ups so far.
As per Diana Rossini, the Titans are trading wide receiver A.J. Brown to the Eagles in exchange for the 18th overall pick and a third-round pick.
Whoa.
I don't know if that's confirmed or not, but that's –
Anthony, mind saying that again? Because that's pretty big news if A.J. Brown's going to the Eagles.
That right now, Diana Rossini tweeted, the Titans have traded wide receiver A.J. Brown to the Eagles in exchange for Philadelphia's 18th round pick and another third-round pick. That's a shout-out to my friend Matt just texted me that. It's a snapshot.
Did the Eagles give up a first-round pick?
No. They gave up their first-round pick, and that's it.
Oh, no. So they don't. So the Titans still get 2 first-round picks.
From what it says, yeah, it looks like they still have their first-round pick.
Wow. Wow. A.J. Brown, there was issues saying he wasn't happy there.
Uh-huh.
This is a blow for the Titans. Wow. And the Eagles get A.J. Brown. Wow.
A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, and Jalen Hurts in that offense.
Yeah, the Eagles, I would not be shocked considering how the NFC East is always topsy-turvy. Don't be shocked if the Eagles make a run for the division this year. I'm calling it. I don't think it will, but this is a team that was surprise wild card team last year. Yeah, they were 9-8 there. They can get enough. They can do it. They can do it again. I really do think this team can do it. I mean, this is a team that still has some pieces from the Super Bowl year. I mean, they know what to do.
No, you're not wrong at all. Here we go. NFL draft. Schefter, Titans trade wide receiver A.J. Brown to the Eagles. Now the Titans are moving up. Is this? I don't even know. Is this where Devin Lloyd goes to pair him with Rashad Evans? Is this where Trevor Penning goes? No, because the Titans have Taylor Lewan and the right tackle. I can't remember his name.
Saffold.
Yeah. Is this where Tyler Lindenbaum goes? Is this where Trent McDuffie goes? Because you just lost Malcolm Butler, so now you're getting Trent McDuffie, the corner. Ooh. This is a lot. Guys, like I said, everybody's watching it. Feel free to throw in your questions, comments, concerns, everything else. We'll pop it up here, just like we do with Carlos's. It'd be shout out. You want to shout out somebody during it and everything? It's going to go to a huge audience. Be my guest. We'll pop it up there for you. Wow. But yeah, no, this is, think about it. This is just a huge meat and potatoes draft here. And it's crazy. Guards, tackles, defensive ends, corners, and just receivers.
May not be the sexiest to other people, but that's sexy for me.
Yeah, you know what? Anybody who's a real NFL fan and not just thinking about the big ins and outs of it all, this is what builds franchises, is this stuff right here.
Yeah, like people need to understand that it's not just the quarterback. Like when it comes to like all these games, it's never just one player against another. This isn't boxing. This isn't MMA. This isn't golf. This is teams against teams.
Yeah. Oh, this is it. This is how you build a team. If everybody's looking and anybody wants to know exactly how you do this, this is how you do it. You build a team through the trenches. You build a team through the support roles. Having a great quarterback is great. Listen, Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Brad Johnson with his double elbow pads won a Super Bowl. Are you when I bring up the Tampa Bay Buccaneers of the 2000s, you talking about Brad Johnson? No, or Trent?
No, you're talking.
No.
No, you're talking about Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, John Lynch, Mike Allstott, Rondé Barber, Simeon Rice. I think Hardy Nixon was on me there, but you're talking about, you have John Gruden especially.
Yep.
You're especially talking about, Tampa 2 defense, Tony Dungy's team, and who could forget,
Yeah, you're talking about one of the Giants games. You're talking about the Giants in that game. You're talking about a lot of.
The Buccaneers. Their assistant coach at the time, Monty Kiffin. He's one of the assistant coaches I want the most in the Hall of Fame. And yeah, I'm an assistant coach, not the full thing because of how much he changed the game.
Yeah.
And Tampa 2 defense.
Sorry, by the way, the Titans did keep 26, so they still have 26. Maybe is this where Devin Lloyd goes right now?
I could definitely see it. Do you think the Titans are going to take a receiver here?
If they take Treylon Burks, then Jerry Jones is going to kill himself because he's dying for him because he's a Razorback. But I think right now,
Jerry Jones. What about Aaron Rodgers?
No, yeah. Also, Aaron Rodgers isn't getting a receiver in the first round. The Packers are just like, we paid you all this money.
Imagine they have 2 first-round picks. Imagine they go 0-2 with receivers.
They're going to take David Ajabo and Nakobe Dean and be like, I'm done. Screw you. You figure it out. Oh, by the way, we got rid of Devontae Adams and Valdez Scantling. Just throw it to yourself. We pay you enough for it.
Hey, I want to see the Lions win the division. They haven't done it since the early 90s.
You know what? I really just want to see them win for Dan Campbell. He looks like he's so invested in that
Same
team.
here. I love Dan Campbell.
So do I. He's got that energy that it's just like, wow. Like, when they won that first game, I thought he was going to punch Jared Goff in the throat.
Yeah.
Like, he was so excited. All right,
Well, they get Traylon Burks here. Now Aaron Rodgers and Jerry Jones can go absolute apeshit.
there we go. There you go. There's
Traylon Burks is a Titan. Get rid of one of their wide receiver. Doesn't want to be there? Fine. We'll take Traylon Burks.
You know what it is? This is, by the way, this pick with Traylon Burks is indicative to the contract disputes of wide receivers. That's all this is.
Definitely. And guess what? He's very similar to AJ Brown as a receiver. So you're just getting AJ Brown, but a bit younger.
Exactly. And you're getting him on a 5-year deal or a 4-year deal with a 5th-year player option, and now you don't have to pay AJ Brown.
Awesome. Just what a win.
Yeah.
A win for the Titans. Though I will say this, I still think the Colts are, at least on paper, the best team in that division.
Oh yeah, no, the Colts.
The Titans, I think will still be competitive, but listen, the Colts have the better quarterback. They have the better offense. They have the better offensive line, and their defense is pretty stout. I think the Colts are a more complete team.
I was just gonna say that with the addition of Matt Ryan.
They're saying he's very similar, if not even better, than how Rivers was when he came to the Colts.
Exactly. So now you're not dealing with Carson Wentz, who is just a pain in the rear end for everybody.
Yeah, just people like to say that Ryan was a one. No. Ryan has broken so many records as a quarterback. It's not even funny. Wentz, on the other hand, now that's a guy that's been a one-year wonder as a quarterback.
Yeah.
That's a guy that was big in 2017. Then after his ACL injury, leading the league in interceptions, always a headache, always injury case. Into the Colts, they by far win-win. Flops when it matters most. Short passes, giving it to Jonathan Taylor. Rely on your offensive line.
Yep.
Ryan's not doing that. Ryan has been able to get 4,000-yard seasons every year with a very porous offensive line and a terrible defense.
Yep.
Imagine what he could do with this Colts team.
You're not wrong at all. Like it's. But this is everybody. This is what we talk about when me and Vinny speak, and we're talking about this is a meat and potatoes, and we both love the way this draft's playing out. This is one of the reasons why, because me and Vinny can read through the tea leaves, and we can see why they took Traylon Burks. They traded a receiver to take a receiver. We know why, and we understand why, and we go, okay, because the contracts of the NFL receivers and all these players are going so astronomically through the roof, a team would rather trade away a proven talent and take a chance on somebody like Traylon Burks because you don't got to pay him a lot because he's got a set contract for 5 years.
This is not only a smart draft decision, it's also a smart business decision. Also, it's the first time we got 6 wide receivers taken, 8, 10, 11, 12, 16, and 18. This is the first time that 6 wide receivers were taken in the top 20 in the draft ever since 1967, since the Common Era. That's crazy. It's nice meat and potatoes. Yeah, it's not super flashy wide receiver names, but they're still we're knowing it's more of a passing game now. And of course, using that with its selection in wide receivers.
Yep. You're not wrong. This is like you said, this is unprecedented, and this is a lot. This is a lot of things. And the Saints pick is in. So you see there's no quarterbacks being taken. There's no tight ends. There's no any of this. These are people drafting based on not only their salary
need, but also their wants.
Yeah, needs, wants, and salary cap restrictions. The Titans are paying Julio Jones. They're paying Taylor Lewan. They're paying Ryan Tannehill. Derrick Henry's going to get paid if he hasn't been paid already.
He's been getting paid right now, yeah.
Yeah, so you have salary cap restrictions. So now you're going to go get a Traylon Burks, pay him the $3 million a year, whatever it is for that pick, and then after 4 years, make a decision.
It's literally just a very, very – it's like you're getting the same guy as a player except cheaper. Simple.
Exactly.
Easy decision. It makes so much. And for the Eagles, I think this might be even better for the Eagles because, Jalen Reagor obviously isn't the guy they wanted. I mean, Justin Jefferson was right there, guys. He was right there.
They showed those videos. You know what? I'm excited about that because now in the day of technology, they're showing on Twitter and Facebook and social media the video of the Vikings laughing at the Eagles taking Jalen Reagor.
Yeah, I was seeing that.
And I really haven't seen a lot of like the Jets taking Kyle Brady over Warren Sapp this year. So I'm like, good. Let us fade him to obscurity.
Here's another one too. Justin Jefferson, as someone who is a Zoomer like myself, was actually the first ever athlete, I think NFL player, to be featured in Fortnite.
Yes, he was. It was. Yeah. No, it's I play
the gritty.
I play. I have the new Xbox. I play. Well, I have 3 kids, like I keep saying on this live all the time. I downloaded the Jurassic Park game, and it's Roller Coaster Tycoon, but for Jurassic Park. So you build a Jurassic Park, and you breed dinosaurs. It's hilarious. We play
the Saints have the Army selecting their pick.
It's gotta be right now. Lindenbaum, Trevor Penning to replace Teron Armstead, or no, that's it because you took Chris Olave at 11.
Trevor Penning.
There you go.
Trevor Penning going to offensive tackle.
That's you know what? That's a huge pickup. You got to replace Teron Armstead. Trevor Penning has a big. I thought Trevor Penning could go to somewhere like Tennessee, but they don't need him. Going to the Saints, getting a tackle like this, he's got a mean streak. He's very aggressive. You see it in the Senior Bowl highlights. They're going to show it all over the ESPN.
If I am Jameis Winston right now, I am so relieved because Teron Armstead. Teron Armstead, was he taking money on, or is he still a free agent at the moment?
Who?
Teron Armstead was he?
Yeah, I think he's in Miami.
He did go to the Dolphins, right? Teron Armstead went to the Dolphins. You still have Ryan Ranch up there. Is Andrews Pete still up? I mean, I haven't really checked the Saints roster as much, but
Trevor Penning looks like he's just gonna kill somebody.
He's just muscle. He's all muscle, that guy.
You watch his highlights. He is very physical. He's got great hands. He's got great feet, and he is just a finisher.
Trevor Penning going to be taking in the spot where Teron Armstead. If I am Jameis Winston, I am loving what the Saints have done. They got a receiver that could help them, and they have their offensive attack. I don't think they're better in theory than the Buccaneers, but don't exactly. I don't think this is a runaway. I think it's still going to be a 2-team race here.
Absolutely,
it's the Saints and the Buccaneers. They're the 2 big rivals.
Yep. And now here comes the pick of picks, and we're going to see what happens.
What are the Steelers going to do? I asked some people that are Steelers fans. They don't know. That's a complete mystery. I think they're going to go offensive line here.
I don't know.
But, I was thinking Trevor Penning, but he was taken.
If he can hone in his temper, he's going to be a staple at everything. And now here comes the Pittsburgh Steelers, where you need a quarterback. You got one in your backyard. I have.
Well, unfortunately, they have a position vacant, and again, it's the whole story. So
it's so depressing. It's really bad. It's tragic what happened to Dwayne Haskins. May he rest in peace. It's a shame when
I still can't believe, just thinking even like weeks afterwards, I still Dwayne Haskins is dead. He's dead.
Yeah, I have. It's a shame what Adam Schefter posted out there about him struggling to get on. And
what he said was absolutely disgusting.
Absolutely.
Do you really got to say that he wasn't? He didn't go. Listen, yeah, we know he wasn't as great as he would have been for the Redskins /football team, but what I meant just say Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback. That's all you got to say. You don't have to say, oh, he wasn't that good. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, that's it. Here, we'll do it this way. But yeah, no, I have somebody who's watching our live the whole time. And she's very invested in the Pittsburgh Steelers, and she's waiting for this pick to happen. And I think right now, I think a quarterback has to go off the board here. This has to be Malik Willis, or this has to be Kenny Pickett, one or the other. I got to assume. I know the Steelers have a lot of stuff, but I think this is where quarterback finally goes off the board, and I really think that.
What if there's still not a quarterback here?
If there's not a quarterback here, then there's not a quarterback happening in the first round.
Unless it's a trade up.
Oh yeah, it's
there could be one. I mean, that's happened. Like a big example I always think of is like Lamar Jackson falling. The very last pick, Ravens trade up, changed the trajectory of their franchise.
Yep.
Same way for NHL playoffs.
I think that this is somewhere where if a quarterback doesn't go here, this might be the first time in a long time a quarterback has not gone on the first round.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see where this goes from here. But this is a lot. This is a crazy amount. This is just a crazy first round.
It may not be the most sexy, but again, like we say, meat and potatoes. This is how teams are actually constructed, guys.
Exactly.
And at the same time, like a lot of teams already solved their quarterback. Now, granted, there's still quarterback questions. What's going to happen with Baker Mayfield? What's going to happen with Jimmy Garoppolo? What's going to happen with Sam Darnold? We don't know those questions. But that's why there's multiple trades. I mean, we were wondering what would happen with A.J. Brown. Traded to the Eagles. What's going to happen with Hollywood Brown? Marquise Brown. Traded to the Cardinals.
Yep. This is crazy. I'm upset because the Jets didn't get A.J. Brown, but I'll be excited for I'm excited for Garrett Wilson and the Wilson to Wilson connection and everything like that. Steelers pick is in.
Let's see. This is a big question mark. Who are they going to take? Will it be lineman? Will it be receiver? Will it be quarterback?
Yep.
So I'm thinking it'd be Malik Willis.
Let's see.
Franco Harris is here.
Oh. There we go.
It's been a very long time since they've needed a quarterback in Pittsburgh. Obviously, Ben Roethlisberger has been there, just announced his retirement, and here's the commissioner with Franco Harris to announce the pick.
Good old Franco Harris.
Great player.
Yeah, they don't make him like that anymore at all. Technically, he was a fullback. That's the craziest thing.
Are you saying that? Are you sure you're not just saying that because you and him have similar hair patterns?
Maybe. Well, he's lost less hair than me. I still got some up here. You got nothing.
Well, it could the trajectory says that one.
I was going to say we're both Italian, so there you go. I'll take it. Well, we're all Italian here, so.
Kenny Pickett.
There you go.
There's a quarterback, finally.
There's the quarterback. Okay. And you know what? I said it before the draft started. I said, I watched the 1983 Elway to Marino 30 for 30, and I don't think the Steelers make the same mistake on passing on a Pittsburgh quarterback again.
He's from Pittsburgh, and he took a Pittsburgh quarterback, and Kenny Pickett. And I like Mitch Trubisky. I think he gets too much rap, but I think he knows that he's a bridge guy. This is their dude for the future.
Yeah. I was going to say, Kenny Pickett's got the shortest commute to his new team.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go. Well, he lives in New Jersey, though.
Yep, he's just got to go to Pittsburgh, and then he plays in the same stadium he's played in.
Kenny Pickett.
Wow. So there you go. First quarterback off the board is at 20.
Wasn't the thing with his hand size was small?
Yeah. It was
Still first round pick.
Yeah, still first round pick. And he is all excited.
You just feel for him. Like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
There's that's our first quarterback. Now, will he be the only quarterback taken? Because in 2013, you had only EJ Manuel taken, and we all know how that turned out.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was a dumpster fire.
I think he probably should have stayed for another year, but like, say we rule that, like, at least Geno Smith's still in the league as a backup.
Yep.
EJ Manuel, he decided to retire after just a few years.
Well, and you know what? Kenny Pickett's got a lot of good talent, and he throws the ball well. It's you know what? We'll see how it goes here.
And his hands are small. Jeez.
Yeah.
Just seeing those pictures.
Yep.
Small hands.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is that.
Oh! Patriots trade their pick to the Chiefs.
Oh,
the Chiefs traded up here.
Chiefs are moving up. They probably traded both there first.
Chiefs Patriots, AFC Championship game a few years ago.
Yep.
Now the Chiefs are which of these picks? I mean, are they going to take a wide receiver here? If that would be the case, that has to be a record. First 21 picks, 7 wide receivers.
Maybe this is where
the Packers are just behind them.
The Packers just hate themselves right now. The Packers are just sitting there going, God help us all. Yeah. Yep.
I'm just going to tell you this. You can go ahead. I just want to see if my thumb expands my whole ball. No. His joint and his thumb is focused. Meaning, it doesn't explain. His joint expands when he opens it, but when he puts it down,
I'm going to search small hands on Wikipedia.
Yeah. There you go.
Let's see what terminology comes up with small hands.
I don't know.
Small hands. The Small Hands, a ghost story. Her and him in a Bella Thorne. Like this, I know that she's been doing a lot of that stuff. It's the Chiefs have moved up. Disney Channel, but I know she's been a lot of like risque stuff.
Yep.
She Bella Thorne. Yeah, porn apparently she directed, and Small Hands, the name of a porn star. Yeah, he's apparently a time actor of the year. Man, like for someone named Small Hands, that's got to be like very oxymoronic.
Yeah. There you go.
No, that's a weird thing.
You guys like any of the card stuff? Everybody's breaking a bunch of cards and all this stuff like that. We got Braveheart.
What a god. What
do you got? It's Braveheart Breaks and Collectibles. They're on Facebook. It's guy. It's my cousin. So I got to give him a shout out.
Hey, Anthony's cousin. What's up?
Yeah, this is big old Sam. He's living in Florida.
Hey, Sam.
Actually, my cousin Sam, he just bowled a 300 in a bowling league that he's in.
Yeah. Here's the details of the picks. The Chiefs get the Patriots 21st overall pick, and the Patriots get the 29th overall pick. That would have been the Chiefs, first of the back-to-back picks, and then a third and a fourth round pick for this year. We don't know which ones in particular. We just know it's a third and a fourth rounder.
That's not a bad deal.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Yeah,
I figured that I didn't think they would have back-to-back first-round picks anyway.
And you know what? I'm going to say this out loud. Everybody is plummeting down. Jermaine Johnson, and you know what? Here, so Big Sam asked a question: who's the biggest winner of the draft?
Giants.
The New York Giants, I think as much as it pains me to say, I think the Giants are. They got Evan Neal and they got Trent
McDuffie. He's filling the space from Tyrann Mathieu.
Oh, there you go. All right, so there it is. And Jermaine Johnson, I guess, is just plummeting down draft boards.
12. Also, speaking of which, Matthew's still a free agent.
Tyrann Mathieu still a free agent. Yes.
Yeah, he's still a free agent. I mean, who do you think is going to pick him up?
There's a lot of people that could use somebody like that.
Well, yeah, because Tyrann Mathieu he's an all-decade member. He's one of the best players the last decade.
Yeah, and you know what? It's just the factor of him being on the field is something huge. By the way, Trent McDuffie, if he was gonna get hurt, didn't do whatever, he'd be up there. He's really good. But yeah, the first for the answer to Sam, to answer your question, or to answer Braveheart Breaks question, it's got to be the Giants because they got two guys that were slotted to be the first overall pick, and they got them.
And they got them both. It's got to be the Giants. I mean, regardless of whatever, I think by far it's the Giants. I like what the Lions have done, but I would say considering that they didn't have to trade up anything, it should be the Giants. They fell in their lap and they took them. That's a big
exactly. The Giants didn't do anything cute. They took what they had, and now here comes.
Now, are they going to take a wide receiver here?
The Green Bay Sky Moore, George Pickens, maybe. Like Aaron Rodgers is probably just in Wisconsin right now, just swallowing cheese whole. Here's another one.
Shailene Woodley ain't going to do that for him.
Yeah, here's another one. How are the Eagles and Cardinals looking with their shiny new receivers?
I would say that they're looking pretty good. I think the Eagles are a real threat to maybe like contend for that division. I still don't think they're the best team, but they're definitely contenders. Yep. And the Cardinals, they know that, Kyler Murray ain't too happy, but you see the Rams are in your division. They just won the Super Bowl. The Niners are in their division. They were just in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, you know what? That's exactly.
You're the Cardinals. You gotta like what you have. I mean, it's something, you need it, and it's just another weapon that you should give to Kyler Murray to keep him happy. And honestly, you need that, especially considering he's been threatening to leave.
Yeah, 1,000%. I agree with it at all. They upgraded their weapons and everything else, but now we're at the point where these teams should be very excited about the things they have. And now in Arizona, Marquise Brown with that drop problem and everything else is going to go be on a wide receiver core with AJ Green and DeAndre Hopkins, who are both very great with catching the football, and they're going to straighten that out. They're going to straighten that out immediately, and the Eagles are going to be fantastic as well.
A lot of people picked Treylon Burks to go there, but, Titans kind of leapfrogged him with that.
Yep.
Other people were saying, maybe Jahan Dotson could maybe go there, but, he also was taken already. So
yep.
I would say if you're the Packers, and especially if you're someone named Aaron Rodgers, you're probably kind of just killing yourselves right now because, damn it. I mean, Christian Watson's also available.
True. Here, we got another question.
You can take him. You can take Christian Watson here.
I was going to say, like I said, I was on the phone with my cousin all day. So now he's asking all the questions here. Sam, I love you, bud. If you could join the live or something, I'd try to figure that out.
I feel so bad for Jordan Love.
Yeah, Jordan Love just sucks. Do the Cardinals address their pressing needs at both offensive and defensive line later in the draft, or do they give all their draft capital to try to move up right now? What do you think?
I would say, yeah, that's a good question.
I was going to say, Sam, if you want, make a StreamYard account. We'll send you an invite. Maybe you could come join as a guest person, just the two of us. Come on, join in and have some fun here, bud.
Oh.
Who is it?
Quay Walker, linebacker out of Georgia.
They took Nakobe Dean? No, they didn't.
They took Quay Walker.
Oh, my God. So Aaron Rodgers, I mean, anybody ever see the Billy Madison movie where Steve Buscemi puts lipstick on and polishes his gun? Because that's Aaron Rodgers right now.
Though, to be fair, Walker was someone that was supposed to be taking around this time, and they do need help at linebacker. Are you kidding me? The pick that the Ravens got from the Cardinals, they just traded to the Bills. So now the Bills are on the clock.
Oh my God.
The Bills are on the clock now. We've had another trade.
You know what's crazy, actually? In this mock draft thing that I've been talking about this whole time, where I predict the first round, I have Quay Walker going to the Packers. So
Yeah, I did too. Quay Walker makes sense for the Packers. I wasn't expecting as, the first of their 2 picks, but at least one of their 2 picks. Now the Bills, they traded up 2 spots with the Ravens, and let's see who they take. According to like a lot of mock drafts, a lot of people see the Bills taking, Andrew Booth, some like Kyle Gordon, like a corner, definitely a corner. I think they're going to take a corner here.
Well, does Buffalo keep their pick at 25? It looks like they do.
No, they traded away that pick to the Ravens.
Oh, okay. So that's because I'm looking at right now. I have CBS Draft Tracker on my thing. So when it gets announced,
they got to update that.
Yeah,
you were saying that before. Like the Eagles seem to have their 2 picks, but they just traded theirs with the Texans.
Yeah, right now that's happening. You know what? I personally am a huge fan of Kenneth Walker. I've watched him play football. I've watched him do that. Tennessee, the Buffalo needs every down between the tackles back. David Singletary's great, but is this where a running back goes? But also, Nakobe Dean is a fantastic athlete. I thought if the Patriots at 29, Nakobe Dean's still there. Also, why is Devin Lloyd plummeting? That's a question. Why? Here, I'm going to put it up on our thing. Why is Devin Lloyd free falling in the first?
I think the Bills are taking a corner. I don't know who it is. It could be, Gordon. It could be Booth. Maybe it could be, Elam.
Yep.
But Elam is a guy that is like a fringe maybe there. But
yep. This is the biggest question mark of the first round for me right now. Is Devin Lloyd is a first round linebacker? Why is he plummeting down boards? I've had Devin Lloyd go as high as the middle. I had Devin Lloyd going 18 or 19 to New Orleans. Why is he still here?
Well, fortunately, there's still like a quarter left of the first round, so he can still be taken.
And here's the one here and then follow-up question, will Devin Lloyd become the steal of the draft? I'm going to see, can I? Copy. Oh, you know what? The number one thing I can talk about right now, if you had to ask me one word, what the first round, what I would pick depth. That would be the word.
That'd be a nice one.
Yeah, because nobody's doing anything flashy. Nobody's doing anything crazy. It's just depth, and it's most of these people that we're seeing in this thing. We're gonna see Evan Neal. We're gonna see Charles Cross. We're gonna watch Chris Olave. My hot take this year is that none of the wide receivers drafted in the first round will win Rookie of the Year. That's my hot take. I think they'll all have decent seasons, but I think that there's somebody later in the later rounds that will step up and win Rookie of the Year. None of these receivers will win Rookie of the Year this year.
Yeah, I can't see it either. Like, and I'm a fan of wide receivers. Like, I like him. I mean, one of my most wanted guys on the Hall of Fame that's a wide receiver, Harold Jackson, who I believe is the biggest snub from the 1970s, and he actually had the Triple Crown of the decade. Yep. Do you know what the Triple Crown is?
The Triple Crown of receivers, which is
the entire decade, he had the Triple Crown. He had the most receptions, the most touchdowns, and the most receiving yards of any wide receiver that entire decade. Harold Jackson, look him up. Harold Jackson,
Okay.
look him up. He had more than anyone else that decade.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Okay. I don't even know what to say to that. It's just,
Yeah, like he had a better stats an entire decade than Lynn Swan and Drew Pearson, Harold Carmichael, John Stallworth, Cliff Brands. Those are legendary Hall of Fame level
those are
players.
Hall of Fame receivers. Yeah.
Those are all legendary receivers. But only one managed to do all three, and none of them. Harold Jackson was the one.
Harold Jackson, man. That's crazy.
That's one that a lot of people don't think of. But, one of my most wanted receiver, period, is probably a Laverne Dilwig, 8-time All-Pro, and had better stats than almost everyone else in his decade from the 20s. Still not in yet. And on 6 All-Pro teams and all-decade teams. Still not in. Absolutely insane.
That's crazy.
Now the Bills.
We have 6. We have 6 receivers so far in the first round. The Bills right now. Let's see who I have going down here. Maybe this is Khair Elam.
Khair Elam. Khair Elam is from Florida.
Yep.
Now he's a Buffalo Bill.
Oh, so that is the pick.
Yeah, Khair Elam to they actually kind of leaked that a couple minutes ago, but we know it now. Now who are the Cowboys going to take? Like the Cowboys are more than likely probably gonna. They still have they take Zion Johnson now. Most people had Zion Johnson going to the Cowboys. The Chargers took that from them. A lot of take a wide receiver, Traylon Burks. That also didn't happen. And a lot of people lost. But there is one guy that I think they could take here.
Okay, who?
I'm kind of surprised he wasn't taken a little bit sooner. George Karlaftis.
I like George Karlaftis, but I also am sitting here going, the fact that somebody like you, Vinny, who has seen 1,000 hours of tape of college football,
yes,
that this name only came up a few weeks ago in my mind. I'm just like, no. Like maybe
it's not high on other people's mocks, though. I'm also not shocked that he's going this far, but this is like the furthest down I could see him going based on all previous mock drafts.
That's what I think. I also think that Travis Frederick's gone, so maybe they try to replace him. Lael Collins is gone.
Mm-hmm.
So this is maybe somebody that they go offensive line. Jerry Jones is notorious for building in the offensive line in the first round.
They've drafted 2 guys, and you can maybe argue based on how his strength and his years, you can even throw in Fredericks as the 3rd one.
Yep.
And man, just Lael Collins going to the Bengals. I gotta say, what a move for the Bengals.
The Bengals literally just were like, screw you. Here's a bunch of money. Protect Joe Burrow. Here you go. Here's all the money. Just figure it out.
They made it to the Super Bowl in spite of they had a terrible offensive line. They still made the Super Bowl. That's incredible.
They had one of the worst offensive lines. Like Andrew Whitworth's fantastic, but
Whitworth was with the Rams.
Oh yeah, he was with the Rams. Oh my God,
he was with the Rams the last few years, and he retired. He went on top. He beat his former team.
Yep, you're right.
I mean, Whitworth ain't playing for the Bengals anymore. Like it's long on the days of future Hall of Famer Willie Anderson. You really want to go back, Anthony Munoz, or Montoya. Also, the Bengals, especially on the right side, are just poor. The Bengals until later on.
Yep.
But the Cowboys feel like they're probably gonna have to. I could see them taking an offensive line here. So
absolutely. All right. So wait.
They get Tyler Lindenbaum here. Is he still taking?
Yep. So I'm gonna bring in the Braveheart Breaks man himself, Mr. Sam Miller, all the way from Boca Raton, Florida. Zenny might murder me for this, but Sam comes from my, like you talk about coaching trees. Sam comes from my coaching tree. So everything I've talked about, Sam has heard everything about, and he has always wanted to get into things like this. He's always wanted to try to join chats like this and beyond the air and talk about things. And he's got as many tasty nuggets that I do. And I can tell you right now, I spend as much time on talking to him than I've talked to anybody. So whenever he sits friggin' down in front of his computer, there he is. We're going to add him to the stream. And
What's up?
Here's Sam Miller.
Hey.
Sam,
What's up, Vinny? How you doing?
Dude, nice meeting you for the first time, Sam. Welcome to Zennie62Media.
Yeah, welcome
Thanks
to
for having
Zennie. Welcome to Zennie62Media. It's been.
I was sorry for all the questions. I was bowling and I didn't have a TV in front of me, so I
already told him that
everything right now.
Sam got a scholarship to Florida Atlantic University, the same college that Trey Henderson went to, on bowling. And Sam has bowled, 300 games already?
Yeah, I got 2.
2 of them. So me and Vinny have been holding this down for the past almost 3 freaking hours.
Yes.
I can see you guys getting after 2 hours, 40 minutes.
I was going to say, so why don't you tell us in your own words what you think that this first round means to you with the amount of meat and potatoes guys that we keep calling them. Meat and potatoes are the tackles and the corners and all the interior people, and not a lot of flashy people. What do you think about this first round?
I mean, I think we were expecting this, to be honest. I think we knew we were coming in here. It was not going to be some incredible quarterback class like the last few years that we've seen, but there's a lot of value in other areas, and I think teams are really capitalizing on specific positions. I mean, you saw from what I was looking at, the defensive run right at the beginning of the draft was pretty wild, and then I don't know. I mean, I missed a lot of things. That's why I was messaging you guys. I just saw the AJ Brown trade. I just saw the Hollywood Brown trade.
The Brown trades, just call them.
Yeah, I mean, I was literally bowling, and every time I look at my phone, I got 7 notifications of just, who got drafted, blockbuster trade, this team traded down. I mean, once you got to the teens, I think there was 3 or 4 consecutive trade downs, which I thought was interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see, the Lions. I like their picks with Williams and Hutchinson. I hope they can keep building around their foundation there. I really don't think they gave up too much either to move up that. I mean, they moved up pretty far.
I think it was pretty solid. And also, the Cowboys are making their pick right now.
Hopefully Jerry Jones doesn't take another wide receiver, but you never know him.
There's nobody from Arkansas left.
Yeah, Traylon Burks is gone, so they could actually draft somebody they need.
Yeah, that's it. No. Oh, I also have to tell this story that Sam is from Florida, born and raised.
They take Tower Smith out of Tulsa.
That's what they needed.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, they need an offensive line.
Yep.
That's what they needed.
You know what? This also brings a question. We just talked about Devin Lloyd plummeting. Why is Lindenbaum also plummeting now? Why is he falling out? I've had him as high as 10 to the Jets because I like him. I think he's
is linebacker just not a sought out position anymore. I feel like the last few years in the drafts, I mean, Patrick Queen might have been the only linebacker I really remember that got drafted.
How many linebackers? Yeah, you're right. We haven't had a single linebacker taking this part.
There hasn't been any first round linebackers.
No, we only had just the
Quay Walker.
Quay Walker was the only linebacker taken in the first round. Only one linebacker.
Yeah,
and he wasn't even the first guy that was supposed to come on the board. It was supposed to be, Lloyd and Dean.
Lloyd. Well, what was Sam can attest to this? What I said to him on the phone before the draft was that
Anthony was all over Quay Walker. He was right. I mean,
yes.
Yeah, Walker went to the Packers. I think I was expecting
he had Walker going
the second
28
pick, though. I wasn't expecting their first pick to get him.
No, but what my thought process is that safeties are now becoming linebackers, like the safety that's 6'2" and 220 is now they're just trying to do hybrid stuff and everything else. So it's one of these things that now we're going to just see exactly what's going to happen here is that you're going to watch more defenses draft safeties that are big enough to play in the box rather than taking a traditional linebacker. But people like Devin Lloyd, somebody's going to steal Devin Lloyd.
He's going to be very useful somewhere.
Yep.
I bet the Pats get him at 29 or the Bucks. I don't think the Bucks need a linebacker, but
no. It's going to be crazy. Now here
I can see Devin Lloyd in a Patriots uniform.
Yeah,
I could see that. I think he could work very well with the defense. Like the Patriots, I think they are a team that could easily make it back to the playoffs. Now, granted, the Dolphins they're looking pretty strong right now. The Bills won the division the last couple of years. I mean, the AFC itself, it's an arms race. It is a legit arms race.
100%.
I could see teams I could see a couple teams that have 10 wins and can miss the playoffs.
It's very possible.
100%.
I mean, look at the AFC West.
Yeah.
I mean, the Raiders were a playoff team last year, and they look like the weakest team in the division at this point.
And they're strong as hell. Like
those teams, and there's actually a chance that somehow every single AFC West team makes the playoffs. I mean, they're going to beat each other. But
we were very close at which if there was a tie, like we could see a situation where you see all teams though that the division would have to be so strong, and the second place teams in the other divisions would have to just be a little bit weaker by comparison.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, the odds of it happening are slim and none, but
also I do find it funny that in the era of the 14 playoff teams, we've had two instances in which there was a division in which 3 teams made them. But in 2020, when it was the AFC North, and in 2021, where it was the NFC West, both of which were no lower than the 6th seed. The 7 seeds, the AFC, it was the Colts and the Steelers, and the NFC, it was the Bears and the Eagles.
Yeah, this is unreal. This is the whole AFC is just whoever makes it out of the AFC, it's just a bloodbath.
Because the Ravens did the Ravens make a pick yet? They took Hamilton, right?
No.
Did they take Kyle Hamilton?
No.
No, yes, they did. The Ravens took Hamilton at 14.
Hamilton went
to Hamilton at 14.
Went to the Ravens.
This is the Cardinals pick, and they traded back already?
Yeah.
They traded Marquise Brown to move back into the first to 25.
What do you guys think of the Texans draft? Because I was shocked they took Stingley. And I was also shocked. Who was the other guy they took? I
wasn't shocked they took Stingley. I would say Kenyan Green.
I was surprised.
I was surprised a bit by that, considering how I was thinking that they'd probably help more on. I was expecting they'd help more on the defensive side again.
Yeah,
bit of a crapshoot. I would say out of the teams with 1 picks, I would say they're definitely one of the weaker ones. Not saying that there were picks were bad. I'm just saying, like, compared to like the Lions and the Giants, the Texans are definitely lower than that.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I know Green he's very versatile, and they said he played at every position except for center. So that's good that they get some versatility. They don't need a left tackle. So that's probably why they didn't take one up front. But I mean, I feel like maybe Zion Johnson might have been the better prospect there from what I was reading, but I don't know. It's interesting. I like the Lions trade up to get Jameson. I think Jameson's going to be really good.
Are these guys signing Subway sandwiches?
It looks like it.
Like, but is that ink even edible? Love this artist right here. It's like he's like ambidextrous. There's Vegas. There's the draft. There's the trade details again for those that don't know. The Bills trade up to the 23rd pick with the Ravens, and the Ravens went back to the Bills' 25th pick, and they even got a 4th-round pick. We don't know which 4th-round pick in particular. We just know they got a 4th-round pick. Now the pick is in for the Ravens. Their 2nd pick of the night.
Do the Ravens go back to the well and get another receiver now?
Yeah, I could see them getting another receiver here, but I think they're going to double dip on defense, though.
Yeah.
Who's still on the board for receiver? That's 1st-round potential. Is it Dotson still there? Or?
George Pickens, Sky Moore,
Christian Watson. Those are
North Dakota State. Yeah.
Did Dotson get drafted?
The Dotson did get drafted. Shockingly, I really didn't think he was going to go to the 1st round, but he went to the Commanders. At 17.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit more of a reach compared to the other receivers. But if that was their guy, I mean, they were probably so locked in on him. I mean, in my opinion, I think they could have just stayed where they were and taken, Olave or Williams, but like I would say that
Yep.
they maybe that was their guy all along.
Yeah, who knows? It's
Yeah,
just
they
What
still
do you guys
thought
think
that
of?
the pool was
What do you
still
guys think
pretty
of Drake London going first as off the skill positions?
good.
Because me and Anthony were talking about him, and
definitely-
Anthony was convinced that Drake was definitely going to fall a little bit,
Yep,
and
I was.
I was not expecting London as the first year. I would have guessed him more as like maybe the third guy. I was not
Yep.
expecting him as the first guy.
I picked him to go to the Commanders at 11, and I didn't expect him to move down, but
The only
He was with the
reason,
Falcons. Now he has Marcus Mariota to throw to. And
Yeah,
the-
killing it.
the only way I can justify it going to the Falcons is because they have Zadarius or Zacharias, the receiver. They have Russell Gage, who are both smaller size, more like scat, slot, figure it out receivers.
Yeah,
Now you put Drake London at 6'3", Kyle Pitts at 6'5". Now you have 2 red zone targets for Marcus
Russell Gage.
They're the
is
worst
gone.
team in that division by far. They're
Oh,
the worst team.
1,000%.
Russell Gage is on the Bucks.
They move. Oh, they did move him. Okay, so then
Their
there you go.
wide
Tyler
receiver.
Lindenbaum. They got the offensive line here. They got a lineman here.
That's
Tyler
big,
Lindenbaum.
big move for them.
Did
I
they
like
do?
this one. Villain went with
That's a big boy.
Who'd they take? Oh, they took. There's Tyler Lindenbaum. Okay. This
Anthony,
is-
the Jets wide receiver 1, or the Falcons wide receiver 1 before the draft was Olamides Zacchaeus.
Yeah, that's Zacchaeus. That's the one I was trying to think.
Russell
of.
Gage signed with the Bucks for $30 million.
Yep. By the way, let's all just take a second to appreciate Ohio State football because they had 3 receivers drafted in 3 straight picks. Because
Yeah, well, yeah, Jameson Williams technically, yeah.
yeah,
It's another
Tyler-
X. That's just gonna hurt us like Joe Burrow again.
yep,
Let's see the Titans take here.
the
Their second
Titans. I'm
Is there any
telling
more
you.
O linemen left on the board for them to get, or are they all most of the good ones gone?
Another trade, guys. The
There's
Jets.
one-
The
Oh,
Jets.
another trade.
The Jets, guys. The Jets.
What?
Oh, are you guys getting your running back?
The
No.
Jets just traded up. And this is their 3rd pick of the first round.
Wait a minute.
Is
Oh,
this Brees Hall?
no, they didn't. No, they didn't. No,
Are they
they
getting
didn't.
Jermaine Johnson? Devin Lloyd?
Devin, I'd say I can't even speak right now.
The Jets got
Render
the 3rd pick.
Ball.
3 first-round picks from the Jets.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
This is surprising.
Yeah,
I
the
wasn't
Ravens
expecting this.
Ravens are piling. Yo, you know what? I'm a big fantasy football player. I think that's going to be really good for Rashad Bateman because they obviously have a lot of faith in him.
Yeah, they
Wilfred
do.
Winkenbach for Canton. Wilfred Winkenbach for Canton, the guy that invented fantasy football. He should be inducted in the Hall of Fame. I did a whole.
Oh, 100%.
I made a whole case for him that he did it because he was the owner of the Raiders at the time, and the team was terrible. And said, "Hey guys, I'm going to come together and make like one for ourselves when we get some money." And it spread like crazy in the area, and the dude didn't make a penny off it. But guess what? It's worth more than the league itself. It's worth billions and billions of dollars.
100%.
That guy absolutely deserves his own
It's a
bus.
huge racket.
He deserves his own bus and can. Him, and he absolutely deserves it.
You know what? Sam, you can verify this. I said today that Devin Lloyd has the athleticism that CJ Mosley wishes he had. Is this where Devin Lloyd
I hope you
goes?
guys get him. I really like Devin Lloyd.
So do I. I love Devin Lloyd.
Also, not as injured too.
Yeah, is this where Devin Lloyd goes?
This would be a great pickup for the Jets.
Oh my God!
They could definitely be one of the winners of this draft if they take Devin Lloyd.
I feel like
I
I'm
want
gonna
to see what you guys gave away to move up because
I
I know
feel
you
like
have
I'm
2
gonna
upper 30s
vomit.
picks.
I think
Probably
Honestly-
give us that. I'm convinced it's definitely at least a second rounder.
yeah, it's like 30. It's probably 38, and then the 4th, and then probably like a 3rd next year. I feel like
I'm just hoping you still have your other second rounder because I know you
Yes.
could. I mean, if you don't, I mean, hopefully you still get something really good here.
Yeah, as long as we
It
can.
got to be a big choice, like Devin Lloyd and Devin Lloyd and Devin Lloyd.
It's got to be Devin Lloyd.
I hope it's yeah.
Yeah, it's just the Devin Lloyd. He just goes to the Jets.
Oh my God. My stomach just.
And how do you feel about Garrett Wilson?
I love Garrett Wilson. Love him.
Who's your
He's in.
NFL comp to Garrett Wilson?
My NFL comp. To
Yeah, who would
Garrett-
you comp him to?
Ooh, that's a good question, bud.
Thinking out the answer right now.
Looks like there's
No.
Woody Johnson's kids right there.
I'd comp Wilson to Stephon Diggs.
Okay.
He's fast enough and he's shifty enough to do everything, but he's got sure hands. And I'm gonna throw up right now. We don't do things like this, so when the Jets do things like this, and the picks.
I love what you guys are doing.
So do I. Is Andy here? Oh, Andy's not in there. Oh no, he is. Does everybody see the ginger kid on the right in front of that fat guy in the light blue?
I'm looking at Mel Kiper right now.
Okay, wait, because you'll see there's a kid with the small ginger hair in front of that big fat guy looking at his phone.
Am I the only person who thinks that Mel Kiper looks a bit like Sam the Eagle?
Yes, 100% does. No, you're not. That if you see the one on ESPN, that kid with the dark blue and the ginger hair.
Mel Kiper is hyping up Breece Hall right now. Get Devin Lloyd and just call and don't give him to the Pats because Devin Lloyd is going to haunt the Jets.
Yeah,
if they let him go to them.
You gotta be Devin Lloyd here.
Devin Lloyd, please, God,
Knock
Devin
the
Lloyd.
defense.
Please be Devin Lloyd.
It's I have a weird feeling it's going to be Jermaine Johnson
No one the Jets
I hope
will
not. Get Devin Lloyd.
or Nakobe Dean. Oh my God, I'm going to throw up.
Daxton Hill, best of Hill. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, I'm leaned in.
Oh,
hey, listen. At least his blazer looks nice.
I hate everyone. Who is it? Because I'm on a lag. Oh, I said it. I friggin' said it.
I don't know. I think Devin Lloyd was a play there, but
Yeah,
what do I know?
Jermaine Johnson, to be fair, is a guy that some people thought would go in the middle of the first round. So
Yeah, he got hyped up.
This is actually a steal for them.
He got hyped up for a top 10 pick.
I mean, some people saw Jermaine Johnson actually going like as far back. Some people mocked Jermaine Johnson go to the Jets at number 4. Actually,
Yep.
That's crazy.
so if anything, this actually is a massive steal for them.
Yeah, but why is he sliding? Also,
That's another good question. I mean, Darius Geis, remember, was a huge slider.
Oh,
and
yeah.
now the dude was a complete bust.
Yep.
Did you guys see the trade details for this pick yet? I haven't seen anything.
We didn't see them
No,
yet.
I haven't seen anything yet.
Whoa. Did I see the Jaguars?
The Jaguars must have traded up. The Bucks had this pick, so the Bucks must have just traded it out.
The Bucks just traded up with the Jaguars. Just got a second first rounder.
The Bucks probably dropped down to 33.
Yep.
And a lot of teams gained multiple first round picks this year.
Let's see. I'm going to type in just Jets draft.
Well, the teams that need to build, like the teams that are desperate to build and get out of the cellar, I think are getting up, getting their higher end talent that they need, and a lot of the better teams are moving back, getting their depth pieces. Maybe they think it's a deep draft. They see capable starters in the second round, and that's all they need.
People say it's a bit of a mid draft, but maybe you can say it's a little strong. But man, the Jets 3 first round picks. 3.
I mean, the Pat.
All right, so wait, I got it. I got the things as per Field Yates. The Titans trade pick 26 and 101, and the Jets traded 35, 69, and 163.
No, they got the nice pick. They got the 69 pick.
That's not bad. They still have pick 38 then, which is
they
good.
did trade away pick 69.
They did trade away 669.
Yeah, but you still got 38. 38 is still a good pick to have. You're going to get 4 guys in the top 40. That's solid.
Yeah.
And 3 first rounders. Hey, maybe Devin Lloyd slips at 38 somehow.
What I said.
Jaguars traded up here. Is anyone talking about the Jaguars trading up? Because no one saw. Even ESPN didn't even mention it.
Yep. And you know what I said today? I said if somebody can tap.
I'm watching ESPN and they're just not even. They're just all over.
They just
the
said,
board
the Jaguars.
They just said with 5 minutes 20 seconds, the Jaguars are picking.
Yeah, what I said today about Jermaine Johnson was that, Sam, you be my verification here that I'm not like this lunatic just speaking. I said if somebody can if somebody can tap into Jermaine Johnson's stuff, he's going to be fantastic. It's just he was on a bad FSU team and he was just dominant, beating people up.
Well, how do you feel about him having to transfer out to get that playing time at a lower school?
I think it's a character thing that he decided to go to FSU to get that playing time, to get all this stuff and transfer out of where he was to go figure this out. But I don't think it's anything bad. Oh, and by the way, let me just refresh this because now we're at the 3-hour mark. This is Zennie62Media, Oakland News Now, 2022 NFL real draft live stream. I'm here with Vinny and Sam, our guest person, Sam Miller, my cousin. And we're answering all your questions. Put all your questions from YouTube, Facebook, StreamYard, everything right in the comments. We'll pop it up over here like this so we can read it all out so we can answer your questions in real time. And we're having a good time. But yeah, so we're taking a quick break. There's a commercial here. You guys got to go to the bathroom, take phone calls, whatever they got to do. But if you're watching and you have a question or you want to just comment on how the first round has gone, absolutely put in a question. We'll answer it for you. And
guys, we want you to keep asking. I got more salad just for that.
See, we're eating healthy. We're doing great. It's fantastic. Mm-hmm. I'll put on. You know what the Jermaine Johnson trade calls for?
The wig.
It calls for it's a party mullet. Damn it. We'll put on the party mullet for the Jermaine Johnson trade. There it is.
There, three first-round picks for the Jets. That requires it. Regardless of who it is, it's still 3 first-round picks. Now, granted, it'd be very Jets if they bumble all 3 of them.
Yep.
But at the same time, in the moment, got to celebrate.
Yeah, you got to celebrate with the party mullet. So we're putting on the party mullet. And the more I keep thinking about it, the more I keep thinking about just it's good value at 26. Because he's been mocked as high as 4, as 10, as anything there. You're getting him now. You're getting him pissed off because he sat this far, and you're bringing him to a Robert Saleh offense or defense, might add. Because look at the Jets look at the Jets draft so far. They took Sauce Gardner, the number 1 corner. I don't care. Stingley went in front of him. Sauce Gardner is the number 1 corner. Then you took the number 1 receiver in Garrett Wilson. And now you're taking Jermaine Johnson, who, by the way, people don't remember this. Carl Lawson's coming back. He
that's it.
Training camp, and he was tearing it up until he got hurt. So now you're going to have Jermaine Johnson on one side, Carl Lawson on the other, Quinnen Williams in the middle, C.J. Mosley out there. Do we need a lot of work on our team? Absolutely. But is this a step in the right direction? Joe Douglas is just killing it right now with everything that we're doing. And I wouldn't be surprised that with the 38th pick, there's enough talent that's going to drop that somebody might say, okay, I want to move up to 38. I'll give you a 2nd next year and a 4th this year. And he takes that because next year's draft right now, as it stands, is going to be loaded with skill player talent and less trenches talent. So now you're going to use this one to get the trenches, next year to get the skill. And this is me just being super crazy with everything else. But yeah, no.
I wonder who do you think the Jags are going to take?
I think this is where Devin Lloyd goes. Because now you're going to have Josh Allen, Nakobe Dean, or Devin Lloyd. And then you're going to have Trayvon Walker there as well. I think this is where you have to go. Or they take Daxton Hill now to replace Jabril Peppers. Because Jabril Peppers is now on the Giants, I think.
No, Peppers was already on the Giants before.
Where did Jabril Peppers go? I know he was on the Giants last year, but I don't know if they moved from him. Let's see.
He's on the Patriots.
Yeah.
He's now on the Jaguars.
Yeah. Let's see. 9 trades tonight, which is the most in the first round since the draft went to 7 rounds.
Nice.
Sam, we got the party mullet going for the Jets, and there's 3 trades. There's 3 picks. We got the party mullet going.
Love it. Should I go get my mullet?
It's fantastic.
I don't need one. I already have mine.
You got yours then.
He bounces back a bit, but I have the gel kind of holding him.
I also can't wait for Vinny to review this, so he edits this for the thing, and it's just this mess of just us. I've texted everybody. I said, "Come on, here's the
From
list."
Jacksonville pick.
But Vinny, right now, Zenny's in the interview room. Like I said before, he was on the phone. Who
Here
is
he
it?
is, Devin Lloyd, Jacksonville Jaguar.
Big
Yep.
move.
Nice move. Nice move.
Trayvon Walker and Hutchinson or Lloyd to
Need
start.
to go from Utah to Northern Florida. Amazing.
Yeah, right.
It's like the same kind of people, except
yeah.
no, Northern Florida, not like regular.
There's
Florida.
a lot of Mormons in Utah, right?
Yes.
It's
How do you think he
adjusts?
adjusts?
Where they win. But I'm
Anthony,
saying,
how do you think he's
Florida,
going to adjust to the Florida lifestyle?
Well, it's Northern Florida, so like it's a little more like deep south. I mean, Florida itself, like it's southern, but it's kind of seen as its own sort of thing compared to the rest of the South. Because like you don't get much of those southern accents. We do get a lot of them in
The Packers pick's already in.
Watch this not be a wide receiver.
Honestly, I would not be surprised if they do.
I hope it's not.
If it's not a receiver, all you're going to hear about for the next week is what's Aaron Rodgers saying? Is he mad? What was his tweet?
I just want to know what Jordan Love thinks.
I made a wild prediction that somehow the Packers would package some kind of trade with Jordan Love in it to move up or go grab a receiver somewhere, but obviously it's not happening.
I could see that. I think that's more likely for like a day 2 pick, maybe day 3. Even.
Yeah, I mean, it's just why waste the guy? You know, you draft him in the first, he's sitting there. He's obviously. What are you gonna use a first round pick on a backup QB for the next 5, 6 years? You know,
Yeah, so aren't going to do that.
It just doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
Where are you from?
Long
What'd you say? I couldn't hear you.
Long Island, Suffolk.
Oh, nice.
West Islip. Where are you from?
Boca Raton, Florida.
Ah. Is
I'm
it
a
a
local boy down here?
man? It's got to be freezing by your standards, isn't it?
It's like 90 degrees out right now.
Is that cold for you guys? What's cold for you guys? Is like 70 degrees cold?
So I like the cooler weather. Personally, I do, but like you'll start seeing sweaters and like the winter clothes will start coming out probably in like the 60s.
Damn.
60s, maybe like low 70s if it's windy. You'll see some sweaters. I like to wear. I got like a Scully. I wear a Scully around, keep my head warm. But like I mean, we got some cool weather because there was a lot of like random cold fronts this year. We just had maybe 2-3 weeks ago. We got in like the 50s here, which was really nice. But yeah, people freak when it gets below like 70 degrees here. People freak out.
Pick is in for the Packers now. What are they going to do here? Could they take, if they don't take wide receiver, what do they take? Do they take Bernard Raymond? Devontae Wyatt is another one. No.
What's the kid's name from North Dakota State?
Christian Watson?
Yeah.
Sam?
Christian Watson.
What did I say today? I said watch Christian Watt. I said the kid from North Dakota State.
Well, his college is the Green Bay Packers color, so it'd be fitting.
Also, I just spoke to Zenny. That's why. Oh wait, Zenny's calling me. Hold on, 1 second. Hey, Zenny.
Where's McShay at? I'm watching ESPN. I don't see McShay anywhere.
McShay, I don't know. Who's Kuiper?
Maybe he's down on the floor.
Probably. I wouldn't be shocked. I like McShay.
Is that Booger?
Yeah, it's Booger.
Oh, no.
This is a pick. Therefore, this is the Packers pick. I predicted the Packers will pick someone here. I don't know, someone else.
They gotta take a receiver.
I won't be shocked if they don't. Andrew Whitworth, future Hall of Famer.
Here we go.
Yep, and Watergate Man of the Year.
There's not many guys that can go out in their own terms as a Super Bowl winner.
I would love to see not only the Walter Payton Man of the Year. I love how they have a patch. I want to see a patch for the Art Rooney Sportsmanship Award.
That'd be really cool.
I think that would be awesome to have that on your jersey. Like it's like a higher than captain stats. Like you are a leader amongst men.
Oh yeah.
All right, so Zenny right now is standing with Jordan Davis, which is wild.
Wow.
I got to talk.
I'm gonna take a picture next to him.
I got to talk to Pac-Man Jones for a second.
No.
Yeah, because he's with Pac-Man Jones right now in Vegas. But Zenny's in the interview room right now.
Man, like
hold on, picks coming in.
Go ahead.
When retire, they just shrivel up back to like just normal bone structure.
Are they taking Malik Willis? Please take Malik Willis.
Please don't take a wide receiver.
I hope not. Just screw Aaron Rodgers.
You know, I just want to because I'm an 8 because I kind of like chaos. I just kind of also wanted to see it. I just want to see the reaction on Twitter.
All right, whoever gets the answer for this Packers pick, throw it out there. Because mine just.
I think they got to take Pickens.
Is this George Pickens?
They need somebody to throw the
Andrew
ball.
Whitworth's hands are like small trucks.
He looks like Thanos.
I feel like if Andrew Whitworth put his hands on my throat, his fingers would connect.
He could probably touch fingers around it. Yep.
Yeah, around the back of my
Like I
neck.
said, the dude looks like what would happen if Thanos was a football player.
Yeah, like if Thanos got a goatee and became like a hipster, it's Andrew Whitworth. Like that's what happens.
Great player, Whitworth.
Oh my God, he's fantastic.
Why just the players? Why not the coaches and executives and everyone else? I want to see like them have their own. Like everyone be contributors to charity. Why just the players? I mean, I was taught that in Boy Scouts, got Eagle for it.
I was in Boy Scouts for 2 weeks and then I got kicked out because I ate all the Reese's they wanted me to sell.
Well, I got all the way to the Eagle Scout honor, which is the highest you can get. Like 1% has it.
There you go.
There we go.
Who the Packers taking?
I love the sound of that. The draft sound.
Classic. It's iconic.
Who is it?
No.
Devontae Wyatt, defensive tackle.
Oh my gosh.
So they went defense.
Yep.
I'm happy for him. He's so happy. Like the dude's happy. But I would say I feel bad for Aaron Rodgers, but if I'm being honest here, I don't feel bad for Aaron Rodgers.
I don't feel bad. He's got like
listen, the dude cries a lot, like nonstop. And listen, the dude's already done enough. I don't need to kiss his ass enough. Like,
yeah, no, at all. Zenny's going to be joining us after the first round, so we can all three of us, everybody, whatever you want to do, want to discuss the first round and everything else. I'm going to take off the party mullet because it's itching my head. Oh.
Wow. Pats are already in as well. Maybe they get N'Kobe.
First team in the common draft era to take two defensive players in the same draft in the same first round.
Same team, too. Same college team, maybe.
Yep.
that's pretty awesome. Like, with your teammate over there with Green Bay. But I will say this. I think for the Packers, they should have tried to trade up for a receiver. Honestly, Devontae Adams is not with the team anymore.
They still have 2 seconds, so they could definitely still do some damage.
At the same time, like again.
Oh, they're in real trouble. I mean, their wide receiver 1 is Alan Lazard, and then you got Sammy Watkins and Randall Cobb. I mean, that team might have been Sammy Watkins and Randall Cobb could have been good, maybe 2014. That was probably really
2015, maybe, but it's not 2015 anymore.
No,
so bad. I love every second of this.
This is beautiful.
There's gonna be so many headlines about this stupid, just to talk about it. Oh, Aaron Rodgers, what's he saying? What's he?
The NFC North is weak enough in which the Packers could probably still win their division, but I
bet they still win 12 games.
I think they'll win 11 games, but
they got 2
their divisions. I don't see 13 again. I see maybe 11, but at the same time, their defense is still pretty good. I think Matt LaFleur is a great coach, but at the same time. You're in a division where, the Lions have gotten better and, they still have the Vikings there. The guy from the Rams got his name, but but now it's
Bears, Vikings, Lions.
Bears, I don't see the Bears.
The Bears are going to be terrible. The Lions, I think they play hard for
Campbell. I can see the Lions maybe gain a win here and there, but I can see them as second or third in that division. The Bears, I think, are the worst team because
yeah, they're going to be
even with
very bad.
Eberflus, I just can't see the Bears really being that competitive. I'm sorry, I just can't objectively.
The Vikings could be competitive.
The Packers, whoever comes out of the NFC North, feel like they would be second round exits at the best.
Yeah. Did the Vikings make a pick yet?
No, they
traded out, right, with the Lions?
Yeah, they had the 32 pick.
So they're going to have pick. I'm assuming they have pick 34 or 33. No, 34, I think. Maybe the Chiefs. Anthony, is where the Chiefs get Pickens, right?
I said, this is where
you locked in Pickens.
I locked in George Pickens to this, and I said,
I think he's going to go.
I think so. I really think that the George Pickens should go here because of the Smith-Schuster stuff and everything else. I think that you bring in George Pickens here and you call it a day. The only problem, it's
a lot of Sony's really pushing that Uncharted's coming to digital. Decent movie though.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's a decent movie. I mean, I never played the games, but
neither have I.
What?
I haven't played it either. That was my stop game with
it was a
PS4.
nice, fun movie. I would love to see a sequel of Uncharted, but I know the fans of Uncharted were complaining, but it's a decent movie.
Yep.
Nothing new, but still pretty fun. Well, my brother, it was me and him in an empty theater. It was way better than Morbius, that's for sure. Morbius sucked.
Morbius is a dumpster fire.
Did you see my review of Morbius?
Yes,
it's so bad. Also, you want to know what Sony just announced? Also, they announced a movie on El Muerto, a character that appeared in 2 as a side character in 2006, where it was
They're getting out of hand with the comics and stuff. Is that Marvel?
No, it's Sony, because Sony has the license to have some of the Spider-Man characters, and Venom, I can understand. Morbius was trash, and he's considered obscure. And if he's obscure and he's been around for 50 years, what does that make El Muerto?
Yeah.
The only thing about El Muerto that people are talking about is that Bad Bunny is going to be the lead. The singer Bad Bunny.
Yeah.
They saw him and say, "Hey, I want you to star in a movie of us. Just choose a random character." El Muerto, and he says, "Okay, let's do El Muerto."
I'm a big movie buff, and I think the quality of movies and the way they make movies has changed in the last decade plus, and I like a good in-depth lengthy movie. I watched Batman. I really enjoyed the Batman. It was 3 hours. I love those long movies. They really build.
It was a great story. It made you very engaged.
It was very good. It kind of reminded me of Seven. You ever seen Seven with Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman?
Patriots just took Cole Strange out of Chattanooga, the guard. That helps their offensive line.
They needed a lineman.
Yeah. Is going with movies like Batman was great. I've only seen a few movies so far this year in theaters. If I were to rank the 5 I've seen in theaters, I'd say Batman, then Sonic 2, then Uncharted, Death in the Nile, and way down at the bottom it's Morbius. Like,
All right, here's the Patriots.
Anthony, your stream is way behind.
Morbius. I mean, Death in the Nile was just kind of an average movie. Like, it was okay. Like, it wasn't great.
I saw the trailer for it and it just looked really subpar. And
it's okay. It's fine. Batman was amazing. Sonic 2 was a lot of fun. Huge fan of. I actually know people that work on Sonic. Actually,
nice.
I'm like I was actually the reason why some things actually got in. Like, I could see that as legit the next Harry Potter, because Paramount has nothing else. All they have is like Mission Impossible, and that's coming out.
Yeah.
They might have like Shadow in the third one.
Didn't they does Paramount make the Harry Potter spinoffs with the
No, that's Warner Brothers.
Okay.
Because like Paramount, all they have right now is like Star Trek is on the wayside. Transformers is not at the same pole anymore, and like Mission Impossible is on its way out. So like, I think Sonic's all they're going to have for a while.
Wow.
And I didn't even think they were going to get that. Let's see what the Chiefs get.
You got to go receiver, right?
I'm so confused by this.
George Karlaftis at long last. George Karlaftis is finally here.
There you go.
Fell right in their lap, and they got him. Defensive end. Not a wide receiver, though. That's surprising. No, the Chiefs, like, I could see a scenario where the Chiefs don't end up winning that division. Like, I really can't.
The AFC West is going to be a gauntlet.
Yeah.
Like, think about, I mean, you got Russell Wilson, Herbert, Pat Mahomes, and I mean, you got Derek Carr, who's, I mean,
I like Derek Carr, but like,
yeah, I mean, he's an undervalued, underrated guy. He's not, he's not one of these studs, but I mean, you got complete teams.
You got to be in a very
board.
You got to be in an absolute slaughterhouse of a division if Derek Carr is the worst quarterback in that division, and he's a guy that is like a top half of the league at worst.
The AFC West is going to be a slugfest, and that rhymed too.
100%. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Whoever makes it out of that, God help anybody.
I could see a scenario where, like you said, where all 4 teams make it, but I think more than likely it'll just be like 3 teams.
I think we could see 3.
Yeah, 4 seems very unlikely.
You know what? What we also could see is those teams just beat each other up so much. You could see one of the weaker divisions, like the Colts and the Titans, sneak in because they just beat up on the Jaguars and the Texans, and
I could see that too. Like because the Colts and because
the AFC North is going to beat up on each other too.
Oh, the AFC North and the AFC West are in a very similar predicament.
They're very brutal. There's a lot of quarterbacks.
The AFC North, the Bengals were the best team in the division, and they were 10-7. The Ravens were the worst team, and they were 8-9. Like separated by only 2 wins.
And I think the Ravens can make a big jump this year in standings. I mean, they lost so many. You lost Dobbins and Gus Edwards in the preseason. You lost a lot of your secondary, and they're obviously building here, but. I think that the Ravens can be very dangerous. I think we could see Bengals, Ravens. I don't think the Browns. I don't think the Steelers and the Browns will be up there this year.
Steelers feel like a team like, I still think they're going to be very competitive, especially when you have Mike Tomlin as your head coach.
Yeah.
But when you're in the division with the Bengals and the Ravens, and you're in a conference that has the AFC West, I mean, I do believe that because of the competitiveness of the AFC West and the AFC North, I can realistically see a team like the Bills or the Colts being one of the top 2 seeds.
What's your guys' take on Kenny Pickett? Because I wasn't really around for when I'm sure you guys already spoke on him.
I think Kenny Pickett was.
Can he be a franchise quarterback? Can he fill Big Ben's shoes?
It's very hard to.
Yeah, I mean it's enormous shoes to fill. I don't think, you don't see many franchises that get rid of, you get a quarterback for 15 some odd years and then just get a new one.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Pretty much only the Packers that did that.
18 years really with But with
he was 03, I think, or 04.
Pickett is in a predicament in which, he was considered the best quarterback in the draft, but at the same time, people still saw that he'd be like a second-round kind of a talent. So it's like, I do think he can be the best one of this draft, but this draft's a little light when it comes to quarterback, and the Steelers, knowing that Ben Roethlisberger is gone, all they'd really have to turn to would be Mitch Trubisky, which I like, but he's a backup guy. Like he's a bridge starter. He's not the kind of person that you're going to build around.
But do you think Kenny Pickett was the right pick for them at 20, or could they have gone somewhere else, maybe address the O-line, maybe address somebody on the defense, maybe get a receiver? I mean, they lost Juju. They still got Claypool, Deontay Johnson. I know they also lost James Washington. I think he's in Dallas now.
The best delivery deal around.
So, I mean, last year, Najee Harris had a great season but if you look at his numbers, his yards per carry was really, really – I don't even know. I'm not sure if he cracked 4 yards a carry. So, like, he was definitely getting beat up at the line.
Very much so.
I think if you didn't think Pickett was some franchise-altering player at 20, I mean, maybe they could have went with a nice lineman like Tyler Smith to bolster that lineup, and just had Trubisky there as a stead gap. Maybe he plays well enough to where they just sneak into the playoffs like he did with the Bears.
Wait a minute. I gotta say this. The Jaguars, when they moved up for Devin Lloyd, traded pick 33. So now Tampa Bay
has the first pick in the second round.
Has the first pick in the second round. All right.
Yeah.
First pick in the second.
What else was involved in that trade? I'm sure it was more than just 33 and 27.
Yeah, what I'm looking at right now. The Jaguars traded pick 33 and 106 and the 180th pick for the 27th pick.
That's not bad.
Yeah, so they
I don't think that's good.
A lot of buyers this year. You really didn't see anybody giving up the house to move up in the draft. I mean,
yeah.
I think when the Lions moved to 12, that was probably the biggest jump, and I don't think they gave up another first round beyond just swapping that pick, which I thought was interesting.
Taking a lot of late round picks.
If you watch last year, guys were trading, like, even if you just watched like the Giants Bears trade, the Bears traded 2 firsts just to move up to where the Giants were, and then look how that burned them this year. But
listen, if you think I wasn't taking notes, all I did was take notes.
I think the Bears are going to be the worst team in the NFC North because
100%.
I'm not just saying that because the Bears are like the worst constructed. There's so much chaos within the organization. I just can't see a scenario in which the Bears are anywhere above third, because the Lions have gotten better. I think the Vikings have gotten better, and the Packers, even though they got worse, they're still a team that won 13 games the last 3 years.
Yep,
100%. I'm rooting for the Lions. I hope they can scrap up some wins this year and just keep clawing. And I mean, I think they're going to get another Rams pick next year, so hopefully it's not number 32 again.
It's not 32 in a disaster. Yeah.
Also, it still worked out. They got to move back up to 14. So
also with the Lions, I don't know if I said this, but Kansas City is going to get the draft next year, and then in 2024, the Detroit's going to be having the draft.
That'd be huge for them.
Yep.
And then what's even crazier, they finished just ahead of Green Bay and DC.
Yeah.
That's got to feel pretty awesome where you beat both, Green Bay was – I don't know if it would be in just Green Bay. I feel like it also would be able to be in Milwaukee. But D.C., the nation's capital. I understand the issues with the Commanders, but, Detroit, this is a rare W for them because they haven't had something like this since when they had the Super Bowl back in 2005.
It'll be very good for their city.
Yeah.
How's Detroit been doing this anyway?
Who does Cincy take here, guys? Let's hear some predictions.
Bengals.
What do they need? Cornerback? Defensive back?
Corner they need to take.
Boye Mafe? Maybe get an edge?
Corner.
Yeah, Boye Mafe. Is this Andrew Booth, the corner from Clemson?
I think they're going to get Andrew Booth.
Yeah.
Defensive back, Daxon Hill, safety.
Daxon Hill, safety cornerback.
Michigan, going from – doesn't have to go that far. And he lives in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yep, there you go. So here comes
a good pick
Minnesota.
for them. Bolster the secondary up.
So we're gonna
get rid of Eli. Maybe take some pressure off Eli Apple.
Yeah. So now is this where Andrew Booth goes? So that
I mean, Minnesota needs a secondary player.
Oh, badly.
Yeah. It had. I mean, yeah. Their picks in already. You got to think defense here.
yeah, you have to.
If I'm on the Vikings, I'm looking at secondary.
Oh, they got 32 and 34.
Yeah, they got that from the Lions.
So they got Detroit's first pick in the second. That's rough.
Yeah, that's what the Lions wanted. If they want to, the Lions wanted to try to get Jameson Williams, and yeah, they got to give it up. But if you're a team, I
think the Lions did the right thing.
Oh, it was the right thing. And how often are you going to get a trade within your own division? You just never see that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Now I know that Devontae Parker was just traded to the Patriots, but it's a little different when it's the NFL draft.
You guys see maybe the Vikings grabbing a receiver with one of these two picks they have?
I don't know what
just to go alongside Jefferson because I know Thielen's getting a little older.
Yeah, but there's nobody that's that. Like maybe they go George Pickens.
You still got Pickens, Moore, Christian Watson.
Yeah, I think they have too many needs that they're going to do that. Also,
maybe go defense.
A fun fact, since I am an Oklahoma State fan, Daxton Hill is the brother of Justice Hill.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Is Justice Hill still on Ravens?
Justice Hill is still on the Ravens, yeah, but this is his brother that just got drafted.
Nice.
So the genealogy of that family is unreal.
It's a good gene pool.
Yeah, right?
I still haven't digested this whole draft yet. What do you guys think of Zion going to the Chargers? I think that'll be huge for them.
I think that's a big move for the Chargers. And
that's what I was just putting up here. What's your biggest takeaway from the first round of this draft?
Takeaway? Well, first off, how many teams had multiple first-round picks? I think that's a huge takeaway. And also with how they took those first-round picks. I think in terms of the teams that have multiple first-round picks, my biggest winners are the Lions for trading up to get Jameson Williams. Yeah, they got up a lot, but they had to do it. But I got to say the Giants. The Giants, on the lap, Evan Neal, Kevon Thibodeau.
Yeah, they didn't have to move for anything.
They didn't have
just
to move
fell
anything.
right in their lap. I was expecting them.
They just took it. They just did the right thing and just took it. I think the Giants were the biggest winners. As for the biggest losers, I would probably say that I kind of feel the Cardinals kind of lost a little bit. I like the addition of Marquise Brown. But
they're in trouble.
But it feels like a lot.
They had too many needs.
They needed help.
They needed a receiver.
The receiver, they still had receiver. Like they didn't need to have another one. They needed help at defensive line. And they gave up a first rounder to the Ravens. Like, I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm still shocked about AJ Brown going to the Eagles.
Yeah, that is a big. And then getting replaced by Treylon Burks. It wasn't that he just got traded away from Tennessee.
Does that just make it the Derrick Henry show in Tennessee again, or what? I mean, it has to.
Yeah. So Tennessee immediately traded away A.J. Brown and then took Treylon Burks to replace A.J. Brown.
And if we're talking, like a fantasy football outlook, I think A.J. Brown gets hurt incredibly by going to the Eagles.
Yep.
Unless Hurts really ups as a passer, but I mean,
I think the Eagles. I don't see the Eagles as losers compared to how the Cardinals are. Because at least with the Eagles,
the Eagles are winners in the draft.
Failure. Jalen Reagor has been an abject failure for his time with the Eagles, so it doesn't really shock me as much. And the Eagles are a team that I could still see potentially getting there to making it and maybe win that division. But I just can't see the same thing for the Cardinals, because you're still in a division with the Rams and the 49ers, and you didn't help your defense out.
Cardinals are in trouble. The Eagles, I think they're building the right way.
Eagles are a well organization. They've been to the playoffs.
Who else did they draft? I forgot.
They've made the playoffs for the last 5 years. The Eagles know what they're doing.
They traded for A.J. Brown, and what was the other draft choice? Did they get a lineman? They got Jordan Walker, right? Or Jordan Davis?
They got Jordan Davis.
That's two big moves. That's two huge moves. And they had two firsts next year.
What's up on Goodell's neck?
Cornerback.
By the way, I also called this before the draft started. If Nakobe Dean doesn't get drafted here, Nakobe Dean will fall out of the first round.
He's going to Tampa.
Lewis Seen, and that concludes our first round, guys.
Another Georgia player. I love how people. I love the fans that go to these things. I mean, I don't think
I would. Same fans. It's the same fans that you often see all the time.
Is it really? I mean,
yeah,
it's like the super fan. It's just like the NFL super fan.
The guy with the Buccaneers with like the mohawk with the spikes. You see him all the time. You see that Vikings fan with like with the painted on yellow mustache.
You think the NFL just flies them out there at that point? Like,
I mean, I saw the license plate guy again. The same kind of guys. I mean, some of them probably do, but I don't know about all of them.
Yeah. Five Georgia defensive players drafted in the first round.
And that was without Nakobe Dean going.
Without Nakobe Dean. I told you Nakobe Dean would fall in the first round.
You're right. Yeah,
called it out there.
That's crazy at him. I'm surprised Lloyd fell that far down too.
I think it's just that thing we were talking about about the safety, about linebackers not being a top priority anymore.
Yeah, it's just weird. I mean, maybe they just, like you said, like the hybrid safety kind of player.
Yep, but
they could rush in the box and then still defend the pass and
exactly. But you know what? Here's the biggest.
But then somebody's going to go up against These teams are going to go up against Derrick Henry, and nobody can excuse my language. Nobody can tackle him.
The biggest takeaway from this is Malik Willis is not on an NFL team right now.
He's not.
Malik Willis went undrafted in the first round.
I'm surprised people, I understand that it wasn't. I'm surprised all these teams were this patient with the quarterback.
Yeah, there's only one.
They must really not like him.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett is the only quarterback drafted right now.
I was shocked. I thought it would be Willis and Pickett. I really thought so.
But yeah, the Georgia defense that just won the national title will go down in history as one of the most dominant defenses. They just had 5 players go in the first round on the defensive side of the football.
They're gonna have plenty more players going this draft too, I believe.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have.
You still got Dalvin Cook's brother. You have I think they have 2 running backs. You still have Pickens. You still have one of their tackles, guard.
Wow.
And then
most players from one school history from the Georgia: Trayvon Walker, Jordan Davis, Quay Walker, Devon White, and Lewis Seen. 5 defensive players from one school. Amazing.
Yep. It's unreal the amount of people that went from one team.
Well, yeah, that was a championship winning team.
Yeah, you can also say, okay, there you go, like there it is.
Now, when you get a defense that good, do you this is like more of a college question. Who are you crediting for the college? Is it the scouting? Is it the head coach? Is it the defensive coordinator? Is it all this? Is it just a culmination of everything?
When everything lines up like
building something that dominant.
When everything lines up like this, and you have all the players drafted right now with all these players you're seeing on ESPN, all 5 of them going, you credit the player themselves for just being that good. But to get them all on the same team, it's the head coach that's making all of these first round talents somehow fit in a defensive scheme to be as dominant as they have been. Now we'll see if that dominance will carry over into the NFL, but if it doesn't, then they're just great college players. But if it takes off in the NFL and these guys start making Pro Bowls and all pros, then it'll just be a credit to the coaching staff to making sure that they're all in the right spots to make plays and be productive.
I mean, they potentially could have had 6 guys, and if you include Jermaine Johnson, who transferred out of that school, you get 7.
Exactly,
which is wild. That's almost a whole. I mean, that's what 60-something% of a starting defense, 70% of defense.
Yep. So now let's go through the players that didn't make it. So right off the bat, David Ajabo, George Pickens, Boye Mafe,
Kobe Dean,
Breece Hall,
Andrew Booth, he fell out, right?
Andrew Booth fell out. Malik Willis is the big one here.
Yep. And you got your running backs. You know, you got a Brees Hall, Kenneth Walker. We'll see them 100% go in the second round, I believe.
Yep. You have they're gonna be top day two picks. Like this is Malik Willis didn't get drafted just because I think they don't want to pay the 5th-year option. I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna start coming out with draft grades and all this stuff and sports centers and all this stuff, and we're gonna see what people actually think about all this. But this is wow. This is a first round for the record books. You got
broke a few records. You know, most amount of receivers taking the first 20 picks.
Most amount of trades too, right?
Yeah, the only 2 linebackers. There's only 2 linebackers in this whole draft. Was it?
If you look back in the last couple of years, there really was not a lot. I know Patrick Cream was the only one taken in 2020.
Yep.
And last year, I don't remember them being. I'll look right now. Actually, I don't remember many linebackers being taken last year in the first.
When was the last time we've had 5 straight defensive players go in the first round?
Yeah, the first top 5, might I add, were all defensive players. This is crazy. This draft really, as you look, I'm looking at the whole first round. I wrote it all down as we went. Is just the first thing I wrote at the top of the paper is Malik Willis with an exclamation point, and then just besides that, it is you can see the trades that happen, and with the trades that happened and everything, it's all based on some of them are moving up to get people in need positions. But like the Titans trade to get Treylon Burks, you did that so you didn't have to pay AJ Brown. Like
definitely, he's very similar as a player to AJ Brown too. Like that's why they did it.
Yeah, but I think people drafted people. I think people went off of their needs. Nobody was really, except the Chattanooga thing down in freaking New England. Everybody drafted for what they needed. Nobody got cute with a lot of their picks. They took, okay, here's best player for what I need.
It was a serious draft, and I appreciate the honesty.
So do I. It's not like one of these we're playing poker with each other and blah blah blah. No,
I mean, they were trading a lot. There was a lot of trades here too.
Yeah, like the Jets needed a corner and they needed a receiver. What they got was a corner and a receiver.
Here's Giants, also another fun fact. With Kenny Pickett's selection at number 20, it's the longest to ever wait. The 20th pick, that's the longest ever wait for a first quarterback.
That's what I put a question mark next to Kenny Pickett's name because that's what I thought.
Longest since 1997, they say.
Yeah, and it's a ridiculous thing. And that, like I said before, when the beginning of this, when we started talking, Vinny, it's not a testament to how bad the skill position is. It's a testament to how much depth there is at these trench positions.
Very much so.
And that's where it is. Charles Cross went to the Seahawks. Kyle Hamilton fell. Kenyan Green from Texas A&M came in, which a lot of people don't know about that name unless you're looking at everything. Then you got guys like the guy from Tyler Smith from Tulsa. Sam, we talked about this earlier where I told you I watched him play Oklahoma State. Yeah. Tyler Lindenbaum fell. Jermaine Johnson plummeted. He was a top 4 or 5 pick before this draft started. Now he's all the way down at 26. Devin Lloyd plummeted. Devontae Watt was a big question mark because of the assault case and stuff, but he comes in here. I'm not dealing with the Patriots because I don't know what Bill Belichick is drinking. Maybe it's White Claws because he's white girl wasted, but taking Chattanooga in the first round, I don't know.
Maybe Nike suggested it.
Anthony.
Sam.
I've been following the Patriots for a long time.
Yeah, Sam's a diehard Patriot.
Tackles and defensive players and offensive linemen are things that he specializes in drafting.
Yeah, oh no, absolutely.
He's always been. I mean, I'm not a
guys. I found it. The last time there was 5 straight defensive players taken in the first round. It was 1991. And that was a draft that had 6. The first 6 picks were all defensive players.
That's crazy.
Is that the Derek Thomas draft?
1991. So, go back 30 years. And then had Russell Maryland, Eric Turner, Bruce Pickens, Mike Kroll, Todd Light, and Eric Swan as the top 6 picks. And the first offensive player was Charles McRae from the Buccaneers.
Is Bruce Pickens George Pickens' dad?
I'm actually
Is that a thing? Is that possible?
no, and that was a draft that had a couple Hall of Famers, but Russell Maryland was good. Eric Turner, he was good. I mean, no one's going to say these guys are like Hall of Famers or anything, but like Todd Lights, like outside of that, there's not really a whole lot to really pull from.
So I'm looking back at the 2013 NFL draft. First QB that went off the board was 16th, which was E.J. Manuel.
Oh,
Second one was Geno Smith to yours truly, the Jets, 39.
Somebody needs to tell SportsCenter that I should speak because I just watched Todd McShay say the same thing, Sam, I said to you. I just watched Todd McShay say, Florida State's losing in a bunch of games, but there's Jermaine Johnson with a high motor. So, but you know what what is out of the 32 teams, excluding the Patriots, because if you say the Patriots, you lose. What is the biggest shock draft pick out of the first 32 picks that we just witnessed? And you can't say Chattanooga because most people don't know.
Are we talking about like a reach player or just
which pick, the pick that you watched and you watched Roger Goodell say, and you went, what? Like, okay.
They don't have there wasn't one. Like, I thought Drake London was a bit of a surprise, but I still thought he was going to go around that area.
Yeah.
I was shocked London was the first guy at the board.
Kyair Elam, I was kind of surprised would be that earlier taken. I don't know. Like, I got to really think about that because, like, the Packers not taking a wide receiver was a surprise.
It's a happy surprise.
The Lions trading all the way up to 12 was a huge surprise. Not so much for the pick itself, but just who went up to get him.
Yeah. Well, that's it's like if I'm looking at the first round where I'm going, the one that I scratch my head at, which I could scratch my head good or bad, is 3. The Texans taking.
That's what I was thinking. Stingley, I wasn't expecting him to go before Gardner and those premier offensive tackles.
Well, what I said in the draft,
we had him dropping to 12.
Yeah, and we talked about this before the draft, and I talked about it with Vinny here, saying this is a character thing. This is a Ben Simmons thing. Is he committed to playing football?
Oh, Ben Simmons.
Yeah. Oh my God. Right. It's great.
Sam, I want you to tell us what are your thoughts on Mr. Benjamin Simmons from Australia, who plays for the Brooklyn Nets and dons the number 10, but more often than not, drawing like a cocaine dealer from the 60s, as I said to Anthony. What are your thoughts on Mr. Simmons?
Yes.
Well,
remember that we are live. So please.
I'm going to keep it PG.
Yes.
I'm going to be honest with you.
I'm saying that he was drafting very weird.
I don't really follow basketball much anymore.
I also got a Corona for this occasion, by the way, everybody.
I did. Let's go Corona. So I did play a fantasy basketball league this year. I drafted Simmons in like the 7th round. I sat on him, but I got lucky because I had DeMar DeRozan right under him. So DeRozan was holding it down.
Solid.
I had him bid, so my team was running, and I was watching the Simmons news all year. So that's really why I kind of followed him. But like, something's off there. I mean, for him to just sit out because of mental issues. I mean, something's got to be really wrong in his head to just not be able to like just get in the court and play, for the gift that the guy has to be in the NBA. I mean, he's got, I don't know if it's a depression thing or if it's a pessimistic thing. He's too scared to get the ball in his hands. I don't know. It's a shame to see. I don't know what the issue is there, but like, I don't follow basketball anymore either. The game's just changed. I used to love it back in the day with, the traditional big man. They don't have the traditional big man anymore. You got all these stretch guys, just shoot 3 balls, whatever.
Yep.
It's a different sport. It's a different game now. I like watching those.
That happens a lot. Like, when it comes to like every sport. Like, I mean, if you look at like football now, like
it's all gotten softened for sure.
Like even with football, like if you think football is, if one was to say football was soft, you should see how it was like a century ago. Because like a century ago, people were getting killed playing football.
wasn't until Roosevelt came in where he said, you got to make the game safer, or else the game's going to stop being played.
Yep.
Not Frank.
Here's a good.
What's your take on Ben Simmons? Because maybe you know more than I do about him.
It's bad. The take is bad.
Ben Simmons,
It's bad.
Ben Simmons is a very, very. On one hand, I think there is serious things going on, but on the other hand, I just wonder what the hell is like this guy that doesn't want to. It feels like he just doesn't want to play. Like game 4, mental blockage. I can't play.
Did he play at all this year?
He didn't play at all this year. Like,
That's what I'm saying. He didn't play at all. Yeah.
No, he was with the Sixers, and after
he got traded for Harden.
Yep.
Well, there's a story with that because obviously I know you haven't really been paying attention to it, but like after their game last year against the Hawks, they were favored to win. They were number 1 seed. They lost to the Hawks, the Atlanta Hawks.
Yep.
Simmons was awful. He averaged less single digits and a few times 0 points. The dude is afraid to shoot the basket.
Yeah, I remember them saying Jimmy Butler would literally throw him the ball and be like begging him to shoot it, and he didn't want to shoot.
He doesn't because he's just afraid to shoot. And the thing with Simmons as well is
he's completely broken down mentally, which is not good.
Broken down mentally, and when it comes to him, you get the sense that he sometimes feels like he doesn't have any energy to play. Like when he came to Sixers camp because he wanted to trade, he looked out of shape. It seemed like he was lethargic. He didn't give a damn. And when he was dealt finally to the Nets, there was a situation where Harden wasn't happy where he was with the Nets, and so they traded into the Sixers. They swapped the two around, and they were thinking that Simmons would be back during middle of March. But guess what?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, back issues. Oh, this and all that. And then game 4, he was supposed to come back, and just suddenly the team, if they lose this, they're done for the season. And it's an embarrassment with Simmons right now. I hope there's nothing serious wrong. But on the outside looking in, from what I personally see, they should. It's just a disaster. They had a huge contract as is, and he's just an albatross on the entire team.
Yeah,
and you just feel sad, not only for maybe not really him. I don't feel bad for him. He's making more money than I ever will. But you definitely feel bad for the teams he's on because you just feel like they can't get any better because he doesn't seem to have much energy.
Yeah, I hope he can get back on the court and perform. I mean, it's a shame to see something happening to that anybody. I mean, but it's. I'm not going to sit here and criticize anybody. Hopefully he's okay and hopefully he figures it out and gets in the court. It's just tough. I'm sure he takes a lot of heat wherever he goes to, and maybe he just passed the point of no return.
Well, yep. No, you're not. You guys are both absolutely right with this whole thing. Hopefully he gets the help he needs, but also hopefully he steps up and becomes the team player that he's supposed to be. Here's a question. I'm going to change gears back to the NFL.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Which player, this is my question, obviously, which player would you want to send to a different team that they were selected from? So if you could take one player from the first round and put them on a different team, regardless of their position in the draft, who would you pick and where would you send them to? This is a good question. This is one of those ones.
I know your answer, Anthony.
What is it, Sam?
You would take Tyrone Linderbaum and send him to the Jets.
Honestly, no. With the way that our draft played out, as much as I love Tyler Linderbaum, I don't think I would by getting Johnson, Wilson, and Gardner. I don't know if I would do that. If we didn't get Jermaine Johnson, I would be like, maybe I could throw him over here. But I think because we got Jermaine Johnson at the value we did, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think I'll kick it off because I think if I was moving a player from one team to the other, I would probably take you know what? I don't even know. I would take Jordan Davis and move him one spot back and put him on the Ravens for the only purpose of now you have Patrick Queen in the middle. You have Jordan Davis plugging up double teams. Patrick Queen is going to become that Ray Lewis linebacker that you want him to be. because Jordan Davis, I still believe, is a consummate Baltimore Raven. And I think that if you put him in the middle of that defense, he's going to be able to suck up those double teams. Like I said, Patrick Queen's going to get 1,000 tackles a year. And then I would put Kyle Hamilton on the Eagles. Like I just flipped those players. Put Hamilton on the Eagles, put Jordan Davis on the Ravens. And I think they both benefit from swapping those players. Yeah. And that would be my pick, the Eagles-Ravens swap of those two guys. What do you think?
I personally believe that.
Wait. So the Eagles are signing A.J. Brown to a 4-year, $100 million extension with $57 million guaranteed with the trade with Tennessee.
That's crazy.
The Eagles,
he hasn't produced like Hill and Adams have. I mean,
Brown's a good player, but
he's hurt a lot.
He is hurt a lot. The Titans just traded his replacement, who's just him but younger.
Yep.
The Titans also still have Robert Woods coming back from injury, which I hope he makes a full recovery and plays some more. Because I like the Titans. I love Derrick Henry.
Yep.
And that offense runs. It doesn't have to run around the passing game, but they still need a competent passing game there.
Yep.
So.
All right. So if you could swap some player, if you could take a player and put him on a different team, what would you pick?
I would probably pick.
It's a tough question. It's
I would probably say, hypothetically, if I were the Jaguars, I still personally believe Thibodeau is a better player than Walker.
Okay.
Even though Walker may have had a bit of a higher upside, I would say, Walker with Thibodeau. But I still like the addition of Walker for the Jaguars.
Yeah.
I would also say when it comes to the Packers, if I was them, I would have looked to trade a little higher up with your 2 first-round picks, try to see if they can get Treylon Burks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, you need a wide receiver, and it ain't 2015 anymore, and Randall Cobb ain't that guy anymore.
Nope.
And, outside of that, I probably would say, like, I don't know. I also feel like, even though I liked Olave, I thought Jameson Williams was the better receiver, and I did feel like, maybe the Commanders just should have stayed put instead of taking Jahan Dawson.
Okay. Sam, also, by the way, in our mock draft thing, I am the only one that picked Kenny Pickett to the Steelers. I freaking told you.
Nice.
But, Sam, what do you think? If you had to swap one person, who would
I'm gonna keep it simple here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna go with Jameson Williams to the Chiefs. Just any good receiver to the Chiefs or any good receiver to the Packers. Obviously, it would have been nice to see, especially for like a fantasy outlook.
Yeah.
I don't know what the Packers are doing. They need a guy to throw the ball to. I mean, the Chiefs have Marquez Valdes-Scantling. They have Mecole Hardman. You have Travis Kelce. You have Juju Smith-Schuster. I think seeing them, I know I get they needed to address other needs, but to give QBs of that caliber a weapon, it would have been cool to see, especially if Jameson somehow fell down, which I didn't think was going to happen. I thought he was going to be the first year off the board.
Okay.
It would have been nice to see just any receiver go down there, and both of those teams could have traded up to also go get one of those guys too.
Absolutely.
It would have been cool maybe to see Williams on the Chiefs. Even Garrett Wilson, any of those top like the top tier guys would have been cool to see. Go to a team with a big gun arm and just see if they could make magic there. Just kind of like a Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow.
Absolutely. All right, so we can do one of two things. I got 2 questions here. A, we can go down and see the player comps of the first round picks against people in the NFL, or B, I think we're going to do this one. If you were Doctor Strange and you had 14 million different realities that you can go snap your head and have a stroke and see, who is the gold jacket player? If you had to pick one person that you want to hang your hat on here in 2022, and when we're all 20 years from now and I'm completely bald and here we go,
I'm the one in the room making the choice of the inductees.
Exactly. And Vinny's in the thing, and then I'm calling Vinny going, who'd you pick? You friggin' tell me. And then I'm calling all over the place. Who is the one person you think's gonna send to the Hall of Fame from here?
Again, I gotta go with Thibodeau. I think Thibodeau is such a safe pick and just a steal that I saw him as the best player out of the draft. So I gotta go with him. He just seemed like the obvious choice, in my opinion. But at the same time, it's way too early. And if we're also being honest here, listen, the people who make this are like we can't decide who makes it. The people in that room decides who gets the gold jacket in their eyes, because like that's who it is. Just people choosing who they believe is truly deserving. Like, so based on what I would choose, probably Thibodeau.
All right.
As for what they'll choose, listen, they're the ones that decide how many deserve. They're the ones that decide how many deserve that gold jacket in their opinions.
Yeah, that's
and I think it's BS personally, because I think there's ones that deserve way more than they do, but they're the ones that make the decisions, and they get to dictate how good a draft really is, when in reality it's nuanced than that.
I'm sitting here as somebody that is a huge advocate for Joe Klecko. He's the original Khalil Mack. Been in all positions.
The dude could do the dude could literally do anything.
Yep.
Nose tackle, Pro Bowl, all pro level, defensive end, offensive line. The dude could literally do anything. Now, I would say that him and Grantham are the two best, like just on in. Grantham was like a 10-time All Pro.
Yes.
But Klecko, the dude, I would have no issue if it's Klecko above, because Klecko, I am happy that the Hall decided to expand the number of people from like 8 to 9, having 3 seniors. And while I'm a little bummed that you're having to have to wait coaches or contributors another year. At the same time, as we get Gradishar in sooner, or Dilwig, or Fallis, and like Klecko, like you said, I'm down with it. Like, I want Klecko.
I think oh my god, I love when Jerry Kramer finally figured it out.
There's a fun fact about Joe Klecko. You know the show Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
Yes, I do.
They got the spin-off shows on Adult Swim's YouTube channel. In the season 2 episode, you could actually see a Joe Klecko jersey hanging in the bar.
I got to watch that show again.
Yeah, I was watching recently. Season 2, I think it's like the episode where like doing the trivia. You can see Joe Klecko's jersey right there.
It's fantastic. Good old 73 sitting there. I love it. That's why I got this jersey. I got to name it. I only buy name it, but I'm going to show everybody something here. We're speaking about we talked about the Utah Jazz earlier, right?
Yeah.
So
please pull the mailman out.
Oh my god.
Or did you get a Greg Oster tag?
Or you can pull COVID out.
No, I got a huge I love Karl Malone. He's my all-time favorite basketball player. So big old Sam Miller here. I'm just gonna embarrass the crap out of him. I still got my Karl Malone jersey.
Beautiful jersey. Beautiful jersey.
I got the purple one going. I love it. I got it all going. My Karl Malone. He's the mailman. He always delivers.
Just not the championship.
Yeah, but not the championship. That's it. Because you have to deal with Jordan, him and Barkley. Like, I feel bad for both of them. But if I had to pick one player to go to the Hall of Fame from this list of 32, I would probably pick.
You can be biased.
No, I'm not going with the Jets because I don't think any of them are Hall of Fame worthy.
Neither do I.
I would probably go with Evan Neal, just for the fact of that he went to the IMG Academy, dominated there. He went to Alabama, 4-year starter at 3 different positions there. Now he's going to a giant football team, which he's going to be dominant there. He's not Andrew Thomas. He's not Isaiah. He is
Isaiah
a rare
Thomas?
dude. He is Isaiah Thomas, the kid from Georgia, but I thought he was from there. He is a rare talent. You see his body, you see him. He's ready to play football. He's ready to put on the pads now. I think that Evan Neal, we're going to be talking about him for years to come. And there we go. Sam, what do you think?
Honestly, I'm not too attuned and knowledgeable about all these guys and all their things. I'm just here for the fun. So I'm going to make a fun pick. And
Go ahead.
I'm thinking either a Jets homer pick for the bias for you guys, or maybe just picks a fun skill player, but here, you know what? This will hit on all levels for me. I'm going to pick a wide receiver from my favorite school, Ohio State. Going to the Jets, Garrett Wilson.
There you go.
Oh, I go. Franchise wide receiver for the Jets.
All right. It's there you go. I'm going down right now, CBS, and I'm looking at their player comparisons and stuff because I put that also in this, just player comps. And a lot of these are very interesting. Like some of them are easy. Like Ahmad Gardner is player comp to Richard Sherman because of the height and the length and everything else. Kayvon Thibodeau has been player comp to Myles Garrett. So that's yeah. Drake London is another interesting one because Drake London is T. Higgins with better yak skills. So okay.
I heard Mike Evans comp on Drake London too.
Garrett Wilson's comp is Chad Ochocinco.
Yeah, a Hall of Famer already.
There you go. Jamison Williams is Jerry Jeudy, so another Alabama alum.
Yeah.
Jordan Davis is Brandon Williams, a Raven person. And then this is one that's very confusing to me because I don't see it. So I hope you guys can shed some light on it. Kyle Hamilton's player comp is to Ed Reed.
Stop.
And I'm confused.
That's always that. Whenever you play anything like with Ed Reed, that's a little fishy.
There's only one Ed Reed.
That's true. There's only one.
I never I'm big on this with baseball, so I'll start this. Whenever you comp somebody to some Hall of Fame kind of player, it's like a one-of-a-kind player, it never, my opinion, just never.
Yeah, it never goes. Like people were saying, like, "Oh, Jamarcus Russell, he has the arm," and it's kind of like John Elway, like,
oh, Jamarcus.
Listen, I know he was dealing with two family members dying, and he couldn't stay with the dealer table, and he was a pioneer in terms of like man, he was big into lean before a lot of the memes were, like, but. You know the lean memes where like things are like all purple and everything. They're all like that weird purple haze.
Yeah.
But yeah, like he had some issues. Speaking of draft busts, do you know that Charles Rogers died not too long ago?
Who?
Charles Rogers, the guy that the Lions
took wide receiver.
Yeah, the wide receiver. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy taken above Andre Johnson. He died like his mid-30s. Like
Jesus.
I remember reading about that thing.
Yeah, Charles Rogers. It was pretty sad with
in 2019 he passed.
It was 2019 Veterans Day. I think he had like
second overall pick.
It was like it said like liver failure. The dude was so addicted to opioids that it led to liver failure.
Yeah, that's bad. That's upsetting. Some of these,
especially if he was working in like an auto. He had like 8 children with 4 women, and like, I mean, it like just a very bad,
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Just to add some levity to this, Treylon Burks, who's drafted by Tennessee.
Don't say Randy Moss.
His player comparison is AJ Brown. I'm not yeah, so you literally go from one to the other. I'm looking at this. Jermaine Johnson is Montez Sweat. Devin Lloyd is Fred Warner, which I can see. Cole Strange is to Mark Lesnowski, so that's a thing. And really, some of these things are some of them are spot on, and some of them are just way off at full speed. Like they say, Kenny Pickett's player comparison is Derek Carr. So is that like okay? That's
I mean,
fine.
if that's his career arc, do you see the Steelers being competitive with Kenny Pickett? I mean,
I don't.
What's your take on his tape and his profile? I mean,
I think Kenny Pickett's going to be a serviceable quarterback. I don't think he's going to be like Derek Carr, where he's going to wind up out throwing people. Derek Carr can out throw you. If he gets into a shootout, he will out throw you with just based off his arm.
All right, hot take right here. Will his 5th-year option be picked up or not?
All right, let's put it in the chat. There we go. Well, Kenny Pickett's 5th-year option.
So that's basically saying, is he going to be the guy there, or is he just going to fizzle and, fall in line and the Steelers do this again soon? I love the Steelers. I love the organization. They must see something in this guy. I mean, there's not many drafts where the Steelers miss on their first-round picks.
Yeah, if I had to guess,
they must see something in Kenny Pickett that we just don't see.
I think they see more in the marketing than they do see in the talent. That you have a guy from Pittsburgh, he's staying in Pittsburgh, he's got a hometown crowd, and they're going to sell a lot of seats for a bunch of years, and then if he pans out, it's great for him. If he doesn't, then they'll just move on from him. I don't know if he'll get his 5th-year pot. If I had a gun to my head right now, I don't think they'll pick up his 5th-year option. I don't think they'll do what they did with Derek Carr or anything like that, like the comparison. I think they'll just be like, all right, well, you were good for 4 years, and in 4 years we'll figure it out from there. I don't.
So do you see Kenny Pickett starting next year?
Yes. As much as I hate to say that, because Mason Rudolph is an Oklahoma State alum.
Can you see the Steelers being make the playoffs with Kenny Pickett as their quarterback? Okay.
Especially in that tough conference.
Yeah, not in the first year.
Yeah,
in the first
they're going to
year,
get.
Some of these are freaking hilarious. This is really fun. Like Derek Stingley is AJ Terrell. Aiden Hutchinson is Jared Allen. And Trayvon Walker is Arik Armstead.
I would love to see another Jared Allen in the league.
Oh, my God. It would be fantastic. So now, let's say you are Tampa Bay on the clock for the 33rd pick. You have all these people that have fallen to you. And also the next question is, here's the next question. How far will Malik Willis fall?
I think he'll go pretty early.
Like
the Falcons have a high second. The Seahawks have a high second rounder. I believe the Lions traded their pick, so they're out.
How far will Malik Willis fall? I think he's definitely a second-round pick. I can't see him going any further than the second round.
Yeah, Falcons pick at 39, I believe, or 43. Yep. And the Seahawks have 40 and 41.
I could see the Seahawks taking him. I'm not too sure about the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, the Falcons GM did say that they see themselves taking a QB out of this draft. They just didn't say when. But, nobody seems to be reaching on quarterbacks right now. There's no quarterback reach or run or anything. So
the Giants can maybe take him, but I can't see it. Maybe the
I don't think the Panthers have a pick anytime sooner to take
let's see.
either.
Panthers don't have a pick until the 4th round, the end of the 4th round.
Yep.
Hey. Yeah, that's one of those things. Like, okay, how far does he go? That's where we are here. Let's. I'm on CBS. They have the draft. The amount of draft things. Let's see. They have the actual order. Because I would love to see all rounds. Round not 3, round 2. So the first team that might want a quarterback here. Seahawks at 40, maybe. Falcons 43. The Lions 46. Like Malik Willis may free fall here.
I did also read reports that teams like the Vikings, the Titans, the Giants were all in some kind of consideration for quarterbacks as well. I don't know particularly why. I feel like they all have QBs, but maybe if they see something they like, especially the Giants, since they declined Jones's option already, I mean, he's on a show me. They're basically saying, you gotta play, figure it out this year, or we're moving on from you. So,
Yep.
and you got to think the same. I'm not sure why the Titans were discussed. I'm looking at the second round. The Titans have third pick. They have pick 35. Vikings have pick 34. Giants pick 36. I would realistically think, you get to the Seahawks. Maybe. I don't think it would be smart for the Colts to take a quarterback, maybe to sit behind Ryan since he's getting older. Learn. Maybe if they see somebody they really like, that to where they don't have to keep doing quarterback roulette every year, and going and finding a veteran QB like Phil Rivers or Wentz, and now it's Matt Ryan.
Not Rivers. Rivers retired a couple years ago.
No, I know. I'm just saying, I feel like they've been in that limbo system to where they can't. They never go get a QB in the draft.
Retiring after the season, dude.
What?
Matt Ryan's not retiring after this season. He's probably.
No, I mean, was he 35? I mean, he's definitely a little older. I mean, I don't know how much more tires.
He has a few more years. I mean,
more you got in the tires.
Mike Tanner can claim that he's washed up. He's not washed up.
I think Ryan would be fine for them.
Ryan, I think, will play for another 4 or 5 years. Then he'll be top 3 in passing yards, and they'll have no choice but to induct him.
Scott, I voted New Orleans Saints because they had a needed wide receiver and they got the best route.
That's my favorite quarterback. By the way.
Increase Olave. So things.
There's a lot going on here.
And there was a needed tackle. Ron Armstead is now in Miami. And you get
there's a lot. This whole first round, there's just a lot of.
I mean, obviously, like you said, meat and potatoes. That's all it really was. I mean, no, not really any linebackers. This was not very high on linebacker. Only one quarterback, a couple safeties, mostly with the trenches, and some wide receivers early on. And it was obviously not the flashiest, but it's a solid part of the roster contract. It was based off of needs, and it was a very need heavy draft, and at the same time, those give you a nice little break here and there.
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, you drafts people take certain players based on need, not just because of how good they are. Usually, it is based on need.
It's just it's a lot. Like this, we're gonna see how this all plays out. But I think a lot of people, like we talked about, like you said, it's meat and potatoes, and we are really just at the point that you see where people's minds are at, where the way this first down plays out, and we're just gonna see how the next few rounds go. If people stick to this plan or they move away from it or anything else like that, then there you go.
The way that people judge the draft changes every year. The way that people, the scouts or the Twitter scouts, their idea changes even a little bit every single year. It'd be like PFF or Outsiders or a whole bunch of different websites or different scouting. They gradually change and evolve the way that scouting is going to go from time to time. And maybe years from now, like running backs have become less and less important. Wide receivers have increased their importance.
Yep.
When do you think the running backs are going to be taken? Do you see a second round running back, or do you see us not having one until the third round?
Yeah, I see Breece Hall or I see Kenneth Williams going in the second round. I don't see where that would happen. Maybe the Vikings grab one because of the injuries to Dalvin Cook and everything else, as more of the mileage gets piled up on him, because Alexander Madison is good, but
maybe they go get his brother.
Yeah, maybe they get somebody there. But yeah, I think I got to see at least one running back going in the second round tomorrow night. It's the second and third rounds tomorrow. But I think within the first 50 picks, you have to see a running back go.
I think so too.
Even if the Seahawks will have back-to-back picks, Chris Carson always gets hurt. DeJuan Harris is the backup there and stuff like that. And
the Seahawks were linked. The Seahawks were linked to picks. I can still see your Jets taking a running back too.
Yeah, I could see it as well. Like Michael Carter's great, but I could see us grabbing one there. It all depends on who falls next tomorrow night with all these picks.
Maybe the Falcons go and get a running back, a traditional one. I mean, I know they have Cordarrelle Patterson, the unicorn, but
Yeah, but he's not the answer. Yeah, so you're
Yeah,
right.
He's 30 years old. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, they could definitely go get a guy.
We're gonna
what else are we
see.
looking at here.
Yeah, we're gonna see where
Maybe even the Saints. I mean, Alvin Kamara might have this, legal issue. He might not be playing. I don't know who their backup is.
Who knows? I mean, no one's
I'm
even
sure they'll
talking
get some kind of depth piece.
issue.
I heard that the legal issue got pushed back to August, the hearing. So there's a chance that it could just forego and he could play all next season. But it's still pushing very close to the actual season there. So I don't know.
Yep.
Texans too, obviously, need a running back. So we could see them grab one as well.
Well, Texans need a little bit of everyone.
Yeah, they need everything. But their starting running back right now is Sexy Rexy Burkhead, which I just don't see them going into the. I don't know if David Johnson's still there, but I know Rex Burkhead is atop of their depth chart.
Yeah. It's going to be one of these things. We're going to see exactly where it all happens, and that's kind of where we are here. And that's it. And it's really the rest of the draft will be where the biggest tests are, because now you've gotten the high-profile players, and now it's diving into the depth of this draft, which there is still a good amount of it still there. You just need you got to go find it, and that's it. And there you go.
What's your? I got a question for y'all. What's your guys' take on John Mechie III, and where does he go?
Okay.
I'm not sure. Maybe like day 2, I would assume.
Maybe he's an intriguing receiver for maybe the Packers or.
I could see the Packers maybe getting one. Maybe I can see them finally getting a receiver in like the second round.
Yeah, right.
Just maybe. It's just an idea, just a suggestion. Doesn't mean they're going to do it. Doesn't mean they're going to listen to anyone.
They have picked 53 and 59 in the second round.
I could see.
The Chiefs also had pick 50. I believe that's from the Dolphins.
And John Mechie is a good receiver. I could see John Mechie. I could see him probably going to Houston because they need a receiver. I could see probably Pittsburgh because James Washington is now a Cowboy. So you got to replace James Washington and Juju Smith-Schuster. So I could see that, trying to get value at that. But once again, it's the same thing. The difference between John Mechie and Jameson Williams is that Jameson Williams is an elite talent. So people are going to take a chance after that ACL tear. John Mechie's came, and it's the same thing. He tore his ACL.
I think his came in the SEC championship game, right?
Yeah, so he's got an ACL tear. So he's a day 2 prospect, but like a mid to late day 2 prospect. Like, and somebody's gonna take a flyer on him just to make sure and see what happens. Like let me look this up. I'll look this up. Here we go.
I'm gonna call my shot. He goes in round 2.
Well, where does he go then?
If you really need, I mean,
yeah, if you have to pick,
we can do Bears, we can do Chiefs, Steelers. You want me to plant a flag? I would say maybe he goes to the Packers. I don't know. Maybe he goes to the Chiefs.
Yeah, let's see.
They need somebody. They need some kind of help there. I mean,
looking at John Mechie right now, I'm on SI.com on Sports Illustrated. They said he can go to the Chiefs, the Cowboys, or the Lions.
Well, the Lions just got Williams. You'd think they go get another Alabama guy and just load up the receiving core.
Yeah, I think this was made probably before the.
Probably made before the draft.
Yeah, but still, so I could still see him go to the Chiefs. I could still see him go to the Cowboys.
Yeah,
because you just lost Cooper. I could see him go to the Steelers to replace James Washington and Juju. I could see him. You even could probably put him I'm looking down the list.
I do think we see, unrelated to Mechie, I do think we see the Colts maybe get a receiver at pick 42 tomorrow, just to get a guy on the board, because they really only have Michael Pittman now. I mean, T.Y. Hilton's getting very old. Paris Campbell's never been able to stay on the field.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Woo, what a night. What a friggin' night. We went through 32 picks. We went all the way over the grid and everything else in between. And we were here for the craziest first round pretty much in NFL history.
At least one of the craziest.
Yeah, it's got to be up there. This is one we'll talk about for a while, because I think you're going to see a lot of these guys be all pros. I think you're going to see a bunch of them become Pro Bowlers, because this is, like I keep saying, this is the meat and potatoes of this. I think there's a bunch of them that are just going to sit there, be quiet. They're not going to be flashy, but they're going to get the job done. And then I know that probably tomorrow we're going to get back on the live, because I know that Zenny's going to want to talk about Malik Willis and what the hell happened there. Like, does anybody have a thought why Malik Willis fell?
I mean, maybe just a lot of teams don't need QBs. A lot of teams didn't, think that this was a strong quarterback class. I mean, you didn't see anybody trading up to go get one. Pittsburgh didn't have to move to get their guy that they liked. I mean, they could have taken Willis as well. I didn't think Willis was going to fall 20. Me and you both agreed that he was going to go in the top 10.
Yeah.
So people must just be really down in this class, or maybe we're just coming.
Oh yeah, like draft Twitter is not very high on this draft class.
Yeah.
Which, they say they really hate scouts, but they like to think they're better than scouts.
Yeah, this is like I said, it's a testament to the amount of depth in this class against the amount of flashy picks in this draft. Like Vinny, you said it true. It's everybody was true to themselves.
Maybe we see one of these QBs come in, later in these rounds and blossom. Just like we've seen some in the later rounds, but I mean, I think that's few and far between where you see a late round guy really, like a Russell Wilson kind of guy go in the third or fourth round and really blow up. So.
Yeah, we still have Desmond Ridder, Matt Corral, Malik Willis. We still got those three guys just sitting there waiting to be taken. Oh, the Jets wait. The Jets are on. I think Joe Douglas is talking about it.
All right, guys. I appreciate y'all having me on, Vinny. Pleasure to meet you.
Thanks so much, Sam. It was great meeting you.
Thank you, Sam, for
I'll
joining
tune in tomorrow
us.
and listen to you guys, but enjoy the rest of your night. Get some rest.
Yep. Tomorrow.
And rest them voices too.
Yep.
I'll see y'all later.
Thank you, Sam. Let's see. Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh are talking.
Three players that really help this team moving forward.
Yeah.
3 players that were in our top 8, so excited about that. When you get 3 in the top 8, you're not expecting it.
Both the Jets and the Giants combined 5 picks.
That's crazy. New York football is really trying to turn it all around.
Well, yeah, because they've combined with the least amount of wins the last 5-6 years.
Yeah, no, it's bad. It is bad.
Oh, I live it. It's
We're sitting here just dying slowly. It's just awful.
Yeah, New York's had its run. I like seeing other teams get their time in the spotlight. Honestly.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I like seeing other teams get some love. I know that sounds very bad for other people outside, but I don't care. I like every team for a different reason.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong at all. Well, it's been a crazy first round for all of us, and now we're here where we got to be. That's it.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, so we've been here for 4.5 hours, Vinny.
Insane.
Yeah, so
Do you think it's time we go to bed?
I think it might be time to give our final thoughts. So I'll give you the first shot at this, and go for it, bud.
I think this was, like I say before, a meat and potatoes kind of a draft in which, where people focused very much so on the quarterbacks and, the running backs and whatever. This was a draft that was very dedicated to the sleeper wide receivers and the men in the trenches. And honestly, that's what matters more in today's day and age than people give credit for. So it was not a very talent-based draft, but it was a very heavy need-based draft. And honestly, I'm happy that this was one that just cut the BS and just said, we need this. We're going to get the best one available. Best people available at our biggest times of need. I like that. Straight to the punch. Not the super sexiest, but it made up for the constant trades. So many trades. The trades were so interesting in this round. And I got to say, I was impressed by the number of teams that had multiple first-round picks. The Jets had 3. And there were other teams like the Giants, the Lions, the Ravens, the Chiefs. All these teams had 2 picks. And it was really interesting to see. Like, the Rams don't have one. The Rams didn't have one. The Vikings almost didn't have one. The Bears didn't have one. Several teams did not have a first-round pick, and hell, even then, it still felt very lush and still felt very, very wide. And I'm happy about that. No Broncos, no Bears, but it still felt very light. They still felt very good.
Yeah, you know what? You're not wrong at all. My final thoughts is that, just like you said, piggybacking off you said, it's all about the meat and potatoes of this. And a lot of people will walk away from this first round without the flash and pizzazz of it all. But the true fans and the true reporters and people that are dive deep into the NFL and understands the nuances of this will understand why this first round happened the way it did. With the trades and things like that, it was ridiculous. And every 5 seconds, there's a new trade and everything else. But for lifers like me and you and everybody else that's watched and everybody on Zennie62 will notice why this happened, how it happened, and how it will affect for years to come. Because you can see people didn't draft just for this year. They didn't take the flashy guy because of, like, George Pickens is a flashy guy. And if he can pan it out, he can pan it out. That's a risk that you need to take.
It feels like the sexiest name was like, the very first pick of the draft. I mean, that was like the only. It was just,
but that's only just because no one knew who the first one would be. Would it be Hutchinson? Would it be Thibodeau? Would it be Neal? Would it be Wanu? And it ended up being, Trayvon Walker, which was a surprise, but it's he was the best player from Georgia.
Yep.
Surprising that wasn't that many, there wasn't that much stuff on him, though. Like, if you look at his history on Wikipedia, like, there was barely anything.
Yeah, there's not a lot. And the biggest surprise is there's one quarterback taken. But at the end of the day, no team took a gigantic risk here that they weren't getting better. I think every team in the first round, this is one of the first times you can sit. Every team in the first round did something to get better. They didn't do something to roll the dice on getting better. You got better somewhere. Like the Jets took 3 players. They got better at all 3 of those positions. Detroit took a pass rusher. The Saints took an offensive tackle. The Titans traded A.J. Brown but replaced him, so they didn't get better. Everybody filled a need tonight. Like, the only ones that didn't fill a need really are Pittsburgh, because that you're trying to find your quarterback of the future. So that's a dice roll there. And the Patriots took a need at guard because they lost Joe Thuney last year, so they're replacing him with now Cole Strange, which is strange beyond belief. But besides that, everybody did something to make their team better for next season. It wasn't one of these things where, why'd they take that player? You could understand, if you understand the NFL and you understand player development, you understand why each player was taken. There was not this head-scratching moment like when the Raiders took Clinton Farrell, 4th overall. It was like, okay, why? And now whatever. But so, yeah, no, that's the biggest take, is that, like, every team, for crazy psychotic fanatics like we are, everything's explained in these 32 picks, and we understand kind of why you took them. And that's the biggest thing for me. That's the biggest takeaway for me here. But that's it. The first round of the 2022 NFL draft is done. And this has been the NFL Draft live stream of Zennie62Media and Oakland News Now. And hopefully tomorrow my T-ball game gets done early so that I can run and we can do this all again tomorrow, because that's tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 7 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully tomorrow we can have Zennie.
Here.
I was going to say Zennie. A few other guys, maybe we can have some other conversations and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just me and Vinny holding it down this year for the first round. And just look out for the blogs, because everybody on Zennie62 who hasn't been
I'm going to do my vlogs for tomorrow. I'm going to be giving some of my thoughts on some of the picks and what I thought were, the biggest winners of the first round. I did a pick. I said I was going to do a pick of every single choice. Didn't end up not happening. I just did the first one because I just got that out of the way. Yeah. But I'm going to get my thoughts on just how, one of my thoughts on like who I thought were the biggest winners and, the biggest losers. But I'm going to be here tomorrow. I hope you are too. Yeah, I'm going to be here for day 2, holding the fort down again. Day 3, that can go either way. I'm not too sure if I will or not.
Yeah, I don't know. Like day 3 is always day 3. Like
day 3 is one wild stuff. I mean, there's commercials that go by.
Yeah. And then like 3 people get drafted in those commercials, and you're just like, okay, like I don't know what to do. But yeah, so we'll see what happens, bud. And that's it. I got nothing else to say. We've been here 4.5 hours, so we'll see how it all plays out. This is the beginning of the new year. Free agency's done. Now we're into, free agency's not done, but the big chunk of it's done. Now we're into the draft, and now players are finding teams, and most, if not all of these players are on a plane tonight or first thing tomorrow, flying out to new areas that they've never explored before, and it's an adventure for us all. So we'll see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Well,
yeah, we've been on for like 4.5 hours. But that's crazy. I was on for like 10 hours for like the election coverage a couple years ago. So much that I was getting kind of like restless because it took us several years several days because of COVID, and like, oh my god, like people were so complaining about it, like Mike Lindell saying like oh, I'm not in the right now. Oh, he's gonna get indicted right here, and Trump's gonna be president tomorrow, and he's so like mentally checked out, like it's absurd. And how's, please buy my pillows, please, I need to pay my legal expenses.
Nope. It's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, we could stay here for 10 hours if you want, but
I can go on about my thoughts on Mike Lindell, because I just remember my parents are watching TV and like he comes on, he's like, oh, hi, it's me. Oh, Mike Lindell. Like clockwork, I always come back every time, bitches. Buy my pillows. My store, my slippers, my health care, my cocaine, my crack.
Here you go. Buy my heroin. That's great.
Buy my heroin.
Heroin for everyone. Yeah. There you go. Get a pillow and heroin. That's the best. That's it. All right. So I'm checking out because I got to be at work at 6 a.m. So I'm going to pass out and do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds fun. Can't wait for that. Stay safe, Anthony.
Absolutely. You too, Vinny. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night. Stay safe.
Thanks.